Are you really going? Oh, okay.
I swear, Mr. Crackspider.
He's the one that called Dr. Feel Good.
I swear, Mr. Crackspider. I swear.
He's the only one to make it all right.
I swear, Mr. Crackspider. The web structure was all right. Bugspider.
He's the one that called Dr. Feel Good.
Raised over 100 young. The mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The cocaine spiders figured building potential was 4 socket.
Hey, hey.
Gentlemen and lady.
Howdy, senor. How y'all are? We need like catchphrases like that we come into, right?
Definitely. Catchphrases rock.
Yeah, we don't have enough inside jokes.
Exactly. That's why this whole thing is a game.
We've already lost
This is
track
why
of
we-
which were inside jokes from on the actual live stream versus just talking throughout the week. So might as well lean into it.
Yeah, I've lost track of everything. Everything. it's crazy. We're running into stuff all over the place.
Maybe we should
Synchronicities
all
and-
introduce ourselves and give our date
Oh,
of
right.
birth at the beginning of every show
date of birth.
and our occupation.
Can it change every time?
It has to change every time. That's the thing. You can't say the same thing every time.
Right. Good luck knowing which is true.
Right. Exactly.
Greetings to the
part
humans
of the
in
art.
the chat room too.
Hey, chatters.
Hey, everyone.
Had a gang. Yeah.
The wrench cult.
Got your bingo cards ready.
Yeah. Yeah. Is everybody playing bingo? I've got your deal right here.
That's a good prize.
I like it.
You know what should be a bingo square is
Wait, where is he? Oh,
Gordy
he's looking
singing is
out.
obviously a bingo square.
Oh, boom, you already got it. People, are you paying attention? Get your blackouts ready. With the altar of butter right there.
That's so epic.
It's a butterball.
It's pretty cool.
It is an
You know-
infinite butterball.
When I was a kid, I had a next door neighbor. Well, my best friends were these two boys my age that were my next door neighbor, and they had a pool. And their dad was I don't know, he was really high up with a turkey production, manufacturing company, whatever. And to piss him off, I would get in the pool and start splashing him while he was outside the pool. And I'd just be like, butterball is better, butterball is better. And then, yeah, he would try to drown me eventually. Shout out Mike Briggs.
Mike Briggs in prison for trying to murder me.
He's a good dude unless you taunted him with butterball.
That's fair.
So, guys, so I was at a funeral today, and which Catholic ceremonies is weird anyway, and for me anyway. And there's I was seeing all these different correlations with other, just say it, Freemasonic similarities, that have to happen at specific times in the soul process, But anyway, as I'm observing this, I'm walking around a cemetery, and I see if anybody can go to the Telegram group, I shared a video of a coyote running around the gravestones as they were doing their thing. There was a coyote came around into the cemetery. Apparently it just lives there. But Gabe, you had a pretty interesting take on that. Would you? Here we go. Thank you, Chance. I appreciate that. There he is.
Yes, that is Anubis guarding the sepulchres.
And the sepulcher is a grave, the tombs, right?
Yes.
What is Anubis? The sign?
He's the coyote,
Yes.
or the jackal-headed god.
The jackal-headed god, yeah. And
It's our equivalent of the jackal, I would guess, is what
Yeah.
Gabriel's getting at.
Oh,
Well-
I thought you meant in the picture. If I thought you were referencing Anubis being there.
the
Yeah.
coyote being the Anubis, yeah.
Well, there is the sign, the road sign with the arrows going left and right. And since Anubis is associated with Hermes, it does go both ways.
Wow.
Dude, that's been a thing for me so hard, going both ways. This whole niblets thing, the undeterminate value thing of going both ways and no way at the same time,
Sounds like fuzzy
feeling-
math.
feeling your torsion field go both ways at the same time. It's
Yes.
I think this is the way, looking
right round, baby,
right round like a round.
Well, yeah, that's a principle of Qigong,
Yeah.
or maybe not a principle, but a learning pathway from Qigong for me.
Oh yeah, for me too. That was like a big understanding, that part of looking in the liminal spaces, of the in-betweens kind of feel. That's where your flow is hot.
Yes.
Speaking of rhythms and breaths, here's a fun factoid that I learned today. Totally non sequitur, but cool. Yule tide. This is, podcast bro science, because I heard it from a bro on a podcast, but the Yule tide apparently has to do with the actual tides, of course, in the Norsemen raiding northern France and areas like that. they would be more likely to do a raid on the 3 days that the sun is not moving in December. The arc after Christianization is the 22nd to the 25th through December.
Holy shit, y'all.
And apparently the tides on those 3 days are exactly the same all 3 days in a row, which
Holy
is
shit,
the only time of the year. So they become predictable, and these Vikings would they would time their landing with the tide so that they would run. It would be like high tide, and they'd run up onto the shore with their boat and get. And actually, they had their boats in a way where they could fly up the beach and be all the way on the ground and just jump right out. But then when they came back from the raid, the tide would be pulled back. So I don't know. They would time it so that they would be in the water already when they came back to the boat, more or less, and out of the water when they landed. And they could predict the tides for those 3 days very precisely, the Yule tide. And I didn't even know that the tides were tied to that solar pattern and that they also freeze metaphorically for those 3 days.
Wow. Guys, that's also when
Interesting.
they took us off the gold standard.
Yeah, so that was a time to attack and pillage.
Definitely a
Traditionally.
Viking move.
And it would seem like a good time for
Holy
them,
shit.
you know.
Wow. Great sink chance. Oh. Dang, that's epic. That is so epic.
How's it going, Terry? This is
I'm going to be absorbing that for days.
Yeah, I heard it from Cliff High. He was getting into the woo of Yule woo.
Yeah, I was looking at Yule this year a little bit because I had a hard time remembering when the 12 days starts, if it's on the solstice or if it's after or building up to it. But it starts the night before is the 12 days of winter.
Eric in the chat says Alan keeps showing up, making strange eyes, and then going away. It could be a bingo move.
Alan, what are you doing? Is this part of the art or the spell?
Trans said that we were all going to introduce ourselves and give a short bio and our birthday, and no one asked me to introduce myself, so I just went away for a while.
I invite you. I mean, I don't know if I have the authority to, but I invite you to introduce yourself. I've always wanted to know more about you.
Yeah, well, you asked what I was doing, so I'll answer that question first. I was logging into my accounts. I had Control-Alt-Delete or Shift. I had deleted all my cookies, and I wanted some new cookies on some of my accounts, so I had to log into some of them. But that's kind of what I was doing to try to get back into chat. So I, became an outsider because I wasn't in the chat because I logged out. You know how the Google accounts and all the Twitter accounts and all the Zoom accounts, trying to share all the links everywhere. Anyway, I am Alan Marcus. That is one word. You have to say it with an inflection at the end. Alan Marcus. There's an exclamation point at the end because I am. I have a birthday approaching on 12/12. So there you go. I'm not asking for anything, but if you're offering any birthday gifts or anything, I don't know. It's on 12/12. I think that's that on Sunday, December 12th. I don't know what day it is. Is today December 4th?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's coming up.
It's coming up. Everybody set your calendars. Put it on your calendars.
Is that
Alan Marcus
I'm not
has a
saying
birthday.
not
That's the
saying
first quarter
next
moon
week
day?
will be a celebration of me on the show, but
But hey, if somebody wants to throw a surprise party in the house, I'm just telling you, Mom.
surprise.
Hey, we got Mark and Paul in the house too.
What's
Yeah.
up?
Stick Mark.
How do I sound? Let me do a sound check. Does this sound better or does this sound better?
I think
You'll have
one.
to Ask YouTube.
The
What does
first,
the YouTube say?
Yeah, well, first one.
this one sounds better.
Go back.
Oh, go back to the other one.
Yeah.
YouTube chat will tell us what sounds better.
I
How's that?
think one. I think option one.
I can't.
So this has been a sound check with Mystic
Yeah,
Mark. What's
1,
up?
2,
Hello.
1, 2,
Wow.
2, 1.
Happy to be here. Thanks for
One.
inviting me, Gabe.
Welcome, brother. Glad you made it.
Yeah, good to see you, Mark.
So far, we've been talking about the woo of Yule and coyotes and Anubis and Masonic rituals in Catholic funerals.
Can I throw something out there on the woo?
Yeah, the woo.
So
Please.
what that brought to mind immediately, and I just had a conversation with this artist named Henry Hablack. He's on Instagram as H Hablack, a really cool tattooist. And he was telling me about the Wu-Tang Clan's Triumph music video and how, much like what Slick has found in the Avengers series, the Triumph Wu-Tang music video has the tarot cards encoded scene by scene. So I thought that was just, I mean, I don't know if that's how you guys were interpreting the word woo. Maybe you had it spelled with 2 O's, but I took it as W-U, Wu-Tang.
Yeah. Wow.
The
That's
thing about
pretty cool.
woo is that it's all the woo at once.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Gonna watch that for sure.
Well, I don't know what woo means in Chinese, but I had a monk on my podcast, episode 26, I think, and he is a Wu-Dang monk. And he was basically telling me that those guys, as opposed to the Shaolin monks, they're like the more shamanistic type of monks. They're more in touch with herb craft and other things, whereas the Shaolin are more into the, you know, fighting styles and all that.
Man, that's cool.
That
So
is cool.
woo in some regions of China means 5 or hand. And so the who is a hidden hand,
Boom.
as in the WHO.
Interesting. And the woo, like the woo way, or just like woo stuff that's all mystical, could be like the hidden hand of the creator.
Yeah, or
Arranging
left hand path. Maybe left hand
synchronicity.
path.
Wasn't there like a big
Yeah.
Who musical coming out? Was it the Who or was it the Doors? That was just a couple years ago.
Isn't the town in the Dr. Seuss Grinch, isn't that Whoville? And that's going to be played on televisions across the United States in the next month, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And then there's
Very.
Horton Here's a Who, where he finds a little plant that looks like a CV, and he's convinced that there's something living on it, even though he can't see it. He's hearing voices.
Mm. That's interesting. I think about the Who's, all the Whoville references and stuff. The mighty Yop, the one kid that gave up the mighty Yop that actually got them all discovered. That one kid is the one that everybody ignored until he had that one skill that he could. The one baby or one little kid could say Yop, and their whole world came into existence because it was known. And that it probably didn't exist until that kid was heard, right? Like it didn't exist to Horton. Anyway, that's what I'm thinking about. Anyway, I just keep going down that hole.
Yeah. There's a lot to Horton Here's a Who. There's a Ganesha.
Yeah.
Ganesha's creation story. He's at a bathing pool when Ganesha is created. Is Paul trying to talk? It looks like he's talking, but I don't hear him.
I'm multitasking. I'm on a phone call, but watching you guys.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
We're all multitasking. May I drop a clue as to the title of the show? Is everyone listening closely? I'll read a quote and you guys can tell me who wrote the quote. The Priory also took possession of a relic that had gotten the Knights Templar in a lot of trouble, a skull named Baphomet, also called by the title Caput 58M, with the M written as the Virgo sign. Dun dun dun.
Booyah.
What does Caput, C-A-P-U-T, mean to you guys?
Tupac.
Two packs.
Done. It's over. So
Well, it means
tired.
the simple meaning is head, right?
Seeing that.
The cap, caputal,
Mhm.
capital.
Mhm. Capital punishment.
Yeah, beheading. And
Interesting.
it also makes me think of the scapegoat, especially because caput, I think, is an idiom meaning dunzo, finished, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
So the scapegoat with the capital punishment is dunzo.
Yes. The Capitol riot, the Capricorn on January 6th, sacrificial.
The Antichrist, injury to the
Mhm.
head, but comes back.
Yes.
So we are playing bingo tonight. And we've asked those listening and paying attention to prepare bingo cards. And your bingo card is going to be a 5x5 grid. And tonight we're playing bingo. The way you play bingo is by taking a 5x5 grid and filling 25 squares with words, idioms, memes, images, topics that will be brought up in our weave tonight. So anything that you predict we will talk about tonight, you will have placed on your bingo board. If you've registered your bingo board on Twitter or Telegram or someplace, you've posted it so there's a timestamp so that we know you have created a bingo board before the start of the stream, because you could be listening now and write down the words bingo, kaput, Baphomet, Knights Templar, and then fill in your blackout card as we're stating the titles and the words and the things. So we want to make sure that you are predicting them before the start of the stream. So we're calling it maybe like a psychic bingo or a co-creation process or a predictive process.
I think the free square in the middle should just be placenta, since it's the placeholder square.
It could be spiders, it could be placenta. It's basically your free space. So
It's
you
the
need
center place.
24 other ideas.
We've already said placenta.
We're playing blackout bingo because the game began when we were saying the word placenta so often that people were suggesting perhaps a drinking game could be created by watching a live stream, listening to a Weavingspiders episode, and every time the word placenta was mentioned, you would take a shot of whatever hard liquor and you would become blackout drunk. So we're not encouraging drinking unless you want to. That's your choice. The game we're playing is blackout bingo. So with your bingo card, you want to black out your board. And my mouth is moving, but no words are coming out. So I will pass it back to you guys. Thanks for playing bingo with us tonight.
I love you,
works.
Ellen. This is great.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Is that chance?
Doing already. What are we doing already?
What? I just think.
Get
do you
right
think
in
that
there.
does that look similar to you? I don't know.
To a bingo card? Almost.
This isn't a bingo card. This is just
Our announcements. It
some old ass
Birth
art
canal.
with some weird UFO saints that maybe they're inside of a
This is
womb.
great.
I don't know. Just thoughts.
I know they all talk about this ship that they took to get here. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that was your body, but it could look however you
Yeah.
want. It's your imagination. It's your world.
I love triptychs. My
Cryptics
favorite.
are cool.
So I've often wondered if the generating of a Merkaba is a learned skill for most of us. But if having the placenta instilled through mama makes it just a little easier.
Well, Gabriel, this was my next slide. I'm not even kidding.
Of course it
That's the
was.
next one in order.
Oh my God, Chance, this is great.
Anyway, I'll just take this back down. It just cracks me up. I would have been faster with it, but I had to bring it back into full screen.
For the
Sure.
benefit of our blind viewers, let's be certain that we are describing
yes.
the images we are sharing.
The next slide, it just had a description of the Merkaba and a 3-dimensional 6-pointed star and an old painting of what looks like some sort of saint or holy figure being bathed in rays of light from a flying disc.
It looked to me like the disc was projecting him almost.
Oh.
Oh,
Ooh.
like R2D2.
That's
Maybe
what
I'll
I
bring it
thought.
back up.
It's-
Oh, maybe
is that
think
it's-
about that.
Yeah. They're all witnessing
Oh.
a hologram.
Blue beam technology.
Blue beam.
Yeah, but this is also what Gordy was just talking about, combining opposing energies in perfect balance, the flow from above and the rising from below.
Well, and it would have a luminous effect. I mean, isn't that what lightning is essentially? It would just be kind of the same.
Yes.
What plasma is, right?
Plasma. Indeed.
You know,
It's a
Another-
light and a air and a gas. Like,
another thing I learned today, I was reading Marty Leeds' first book. I'm forgetting the name of it. It's volume 1 of 3. And he brought up that the word gamma in Greek or like the letter gamma by itself means light. So tetragrammaton. Yeah, that's the book right there. Pi in the English alphabet. Yeah, it's a really great book. Been cramming on it. Guess I'm going to talk to Marty soon. But if the gamma is where we get the idea of grammar, grammar, perhaps, the tetragrammaton and let there be light being the first thing the Logos commands, that words are light. That's, scratch it off your bingo card. But when I do sound healing, to bring that up, I was interested in it because I realized that sound and light are the same thing on different ranges of the, perception spectrum. So words are light too.
Yeah, 100%.
sorry guys, I I froze there. I'm back.
Well, I didn't even notice.
Thanks, man. Thanks a lot. Thanks, buddy.
Mark, you just talked to Marty
Sometimes I
Leeds
just want to be seen.
pretty recently.
Yeah, please redeem me. I don't know if it was the connection or something, or maybe I was just prepared, but not my best interview. But I definitely, I've enjoyed
I didn't even
Marty's-
notice.
Well,
To
thank
say
you.
that again.
Thank you. Well, I think we're always more critical of the things we make, unnaturally. But on Marty in particular, I've been aware of his work and him for so long that I think I just got so like worked up and nervous that it didn't come out the way I hoped it would. And also there was like a slight delay that as a podcaster, I'm sure you know, can always make things a little awkward. But he was fine. He was a nice guy, and it was a lot of interesting talk. But when I asked him about flat Earth, it kind of it definitely felt like we went into unfamiliar territory for me, and he wasn't very. He was all right, but either way, people can listen to the interview and see for themselves. But yeah,
met
I
him
definitely
at the Flat Earth Festival this year. I partied
yeah?
with him. Yeah.
Right on. Well, then I'm sure we'll go excellent.
His presentation was the best one there for sure. I mean, no offense to anyone else there, but like that was the headliner.
No
for
doubt.
Me.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's why I was so enthralled by his work, because he put it all together in his book, the same one you just mentioned, so well. I mean, I'm sure you've seen all of the pages have these really in-depth charts. It's very easy for someone like me who's primarily kind of visual. I like to visualize things. So, but yeah, one interview that I'm really proud of is one that's coming out next week with Dr. Rick Spence. He wrote a book about Aleister Crowley, about a guy named Sidney Riley. He's written about the Russian Revolution and espionage, but he's definitely a really smart guy when it comes to the topic of secret societies. So it was an interesting conversation.
Davin says Mark and Chance have huge microphones. Well, you know,
You have no idea.
We're professionals over here.
And
Mark is bigger than me. There's like a running joke in my Telegram group that I'm a giant, but I'm only actually like 6'2". But I heard that Mark is like actually a giant.
Is he really? You're welcome for that, by the way.
I'm 6'8".
I'm going to keep it going.
I'm 6'8", and for the record, this is an old lamp stand. This used to be a lamp stand, and then I really just jerry-rigged this microphone onto it. So, yeah, that's a lot of what I do. I MacGyver my podcast equipment like that, so that's why it looks like that. But yeah, 6'8", never played basketball, so don't ask. Never was a fan of the ball sports or the ball culture.
Well, you should fit right in on a flat Earth. If you're not a baller.
Into balls.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we used to have a saying in the sport I did play is like some athletes play with balls, other athletes have balls. We were the wrestlers. You'll hear wrestlers say that a lot. So I've always been
they're the ones that grab the balls, right?
Well, yeah, that is a move in some countries, not this country, but some countries.
That's somebody's job at the Vatican.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe that's where that got started. You had a couple wrestling matches at the Olympics back in ancient Greece, you know.
With
But
the
yeah,
spiders, we bring you head jokes and heady jokes, man. Wow. I see Paul sitting
Tell
there.
Tell us who Paul is.
Yeah, let's all mute
Introduce
ourselves
yourself.
and listen to Paul for a while.
I am a random listener that saw a link and joined in. So followed Cheney for a while. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I live in Seattle. It's shit up here. I can't go to any restaurants or bars or anything. I'm pretty much locked out of my city.
Good time to make friends on the internet.
We got a question from
That's
Paul.
what we've been doing.
I've made more
Paul.
friends on the internet than anything. It's crazy, but nobody lives close to me. That's the other shit part.
What
Have you
topics
been-
are on Paul's bingo board? If Paul could list 24 topics of interest that we'd like to talk about tonight, just lay them all out right now. Just 24 off the top of your head. No
24, huh?
Yep.
I would settle for 4.
What's on your bingo board?
Let's all pick 4.
Okay, I saw a random post today, something, I don't remember where I saw it, about Klaus Schwab and some other people going down to Antarctica, but then I pulled up their Twitters and those tweets weren't there, so I don't know if it was fake or if it was deleted tweets or what. So that was interesting to me. I've been super into just like the whole human origin story and ancient civilizations, you know, beyond what we know. Things have been hidden. The whole concept of the World's Fairs covering up, you know, previous civilizations is interesting to me. That's been recent. I don't know, kind of all over the place. I'm open to anything.
Can I ask, you said you've been following Cheney. Do you remember her old show, Idiocalypse? Were you watching back then?
I listened to a few, yeah.
Oh, right on. That was the first YouTube live show I ever did, was Idiocalypse. So yeah, that was a lot of fun.
So I really got, I mean, Gordo.
Maybe she'll
was
show
the
up.
one
We're
who
talking
brought
about
me
it.
in, and then I met, or I heard about him talking about the conspiracy chicken, and then I found her on Instagram, and then I've followed her essentially since then. But Gordo was my intro.
That's a sync for me, because that was my first patron. The first patron I ever went to, Patreon, was those conspiracy guys, and I messaged Gordo because he was like talking about this was way before COVID, so he was talking about doing this big America tour, you know. And so I messaged him. I'm like, hey man, if you're ever in New Haven, you know, like some noob fan, you know, and I was like, hey, if you're ever in New Haven, come on, hit me up and I'll give you a tour, you know. And he was cool. He was nice. He was like, oh, thanks, brother. Thanks. I'll let you know, you know. But yeah, it's funny how things like evolve. And then, like, you know, a couple years later, I'm reaching out to him for tinfoil hat to get him on the show, you know, for a guest spot. So it's just funny how the web gets wove.
For sure.
Speaking of Patreon, I joined the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy Patreon, and I got a really great perk, which is a spirit animal name from Mark.
Yes.
And mine is Healing Tarantula, which is highly appropriate, I feel like.
It was totally random too, because
how do you select that?
I have 2 tarot card decks that are pretty cool. One of them is my girlfriend Tara's, and then another one is one that we bought together. And just, they're both themed differently, and one of them is all animals, and one of them are more sort of vague. I don't want to say Native American, because it's not like particular to one tribe, you know, but it is that sort of realm of spirituality. I think it's written by Jamie Sams is the author's name. So there's 2 tarot card decks that I pull from. One of them's like the quality, and the other one is the character, the animal. So for Chance, I picked a tarantula, and then I picked the medicine bag, which the quality is healing. So I told Chance, I'm like, you could either be the medicine bag tarantula or the healing tarantula. I think healing tarantula sounds cool. So,
I didn't know I had the option. I missed that.
Well, you got to check your patron messages. It's not your fault. Patron's direct message system is odd, and not everybody gets the notifications.
I don't like Patreon. I admit that it's horrible. I've been on it for 4 years, and I cannot recall once the functionality ever being improved or updated or changed even.
I saw you say that. Yeah, that's partly why I started Alt Media United, to kind of get everybody like talking about these kind of things, so we can get more on the same page. Because you hear huge people like Whitney Webb that everybody knows about say,
See,
like,
I just drew this out of my deck. Hot hands. That's the guild. That's the Alt Media United meeting in secret. The guild.
Ooh.
3 of discs.
Can I share my screen?
I knew I was
and
going to
show
draw
you
it.
guys? So, Whitney Webb famously was like, oh, I got, kicked off of Patreon.
Interverse.
And I think, that's the thing. It's like, maybe Patreon works for some people at a certain level, but eventually we're going to have to find an alternative. And there are plenty of alternatives. Part of what I do with Alt Media United is just test everything. Like, I'll just make an account with any type of podcast, whatever it is, and see how it works for my podcast. So I have a bunch of different accounts for Patreon alternatives. And so far, Ko-fi seems to be the coolest one, Ko-fi. You can also like sell individual products through Ko-fi. So it's good for a guy like you, Chance, who makes art. But
Ooh, I have to check that out.
Yeah, definitely check
Never heard
it out.
of it.
So here's the list of Alt Media United podcasts that we've got. And I definitely want to get Weavingspiders on the list because we have some like Paradigm Threat who, Paradigm Threat, that's Ari Aslan. He doesn't have a podcast, but I gave him a page because
We have an RSS feed for Weavingspiders, right?
Oh yeah, well then there you go.
We
Cool.
do.
So that was basically what I was saying. You don't need an RSS feed, but since you do, that's even better. But yeah,
Mark,
we have.
since you're here,
Yeah.
we'll share the green room talk, the producers talk behind the scenes. We are gathering our information to give to
Beautiful.
you so that you can put us on Alt Media United. And one of the things that we paused and considered was the image or the art or the graphic or the logo or the icon we wanted to submit to you for the thumbnail. And we weren't quite decided upon what single image we wanted to represent all the various spiders and shows and topics with. So on the flow state episode on this channel, Weavingspiders Welcome, flow state number 2, I began making some art and putting up the call for other artists in our community to create art as a way to kind of decide upon one, so we'd have a thumbnail to submit to Alt Media United for a brand identity logo representational sigil thing that enough of us resonated with and agreed upon with. So that's kind of where we're pausing and considering.
Beautiful. Yeah, no rush.
Are you going to show everybody, Alan, what you made? Because
they're a good opportunity. Yeah,
I've shared some of them in Telegram chat already. I will grab some and I'll just screen share them throughout the show randomly.
Sounds good.
And anybody else who has art, I know we've seen other art submitted to our Telegram channels and things. And I will put this preface out, just a general statement of consideration when we're dealing with artistic criticism of members of our community who are, without being paid, without being compensated, taking time out of their busy schedules to create art and draft ideas, drawing sometimes on napkins to create conceptual ideas, to bring to birth ideas. So none of these are in any final form. When we're looking at other people's art, some of them are inside jokes, some of them are humorous, some of them are serious. There's a lot of different tones we could choose. Let's just pause and consider that nothing is final, nothing is forever, and things may change over time. We're looking for one single image to submit to Mark to put on his website, which might also be a uniform symbol that we adopt for a period of time, maybe for a season for the Weavingspiders Welcome. That's always subject to change.
So
that's just kind of the disclaimer.
Don't make fun of Alan's art.
And this has been an official decree.
We could just also give him anything, and then if we want to change it later, we can. Just Aries expediency.
You can make fun
over
of my
here.
art. Please make fun of my art. Please make jokes about it. Please laugh and have fun with the art. Be mindful of other people who may not want their art to be severely criticized or made fun of. That's just
I'd like to add on to that statement. And if anybody is willing to do just that, and they have more time and they want to listen to my podcast or even check out Alt Media United and they think they have some art they'd like me to use, or even if, I'm not going to make any promises, but if it is good enough to use, I'll definitely throw some money towards whoever pulls that off. So by all means, if you want to put a watermark over it before you send it to me, I promise I won't steal it from you. But yeah, if you are an artist and you want to put some of your art out there, I am looking for that kind of thing, not just for my podcast, but for the cooperative in general. And maybe even if you have the time, you could join forces with us, because we're not limited to just audio content creators. We have visual content creators, people who make video presentations like Mike Wan. You guys are all familiar with him. So it's not limited to just podcasters.
We want everybody to contribute to alternative or more like native media.
Yeah.
Like somebody who might be doing a cooking show very soon.
We need a different word than media. Is this the topic for today? Med
Yeah,
and
Gordy.
medics, and on all these different tangled word webs. Where do we get the word medic, and is it similar to the word magic?
Mm,
According to Pierre Sabak, the answer is yes.
yeah. Alan and I were breaking this down earlier before the show, and I pulled out the Hebrew letters for MED, and you essentially get water, window, and door. And then I is very interesting in Hebrew, is ayin, but it's also the Omicron, which we're all too aware of right now. But
Phonetically similar, ayin and irin. Irin being a watcher or a seraphim.
oh, damn. Good catch.
The eye of, yeah, irin and iron, almost the same.
Yes, so we have water, window, door, and watcher. And now here's something that came up in this little weave Marcus and I put together, was that the ayin is a seeing eye, but it is specifically only to see and never to speak. And here on the first layer, I see that furthering the assault on our First Amendment and ball gagging the population, but it also could very well be signaling to Ghislaine Maxwell to only be a witness who does not speak. And I'll take it even another step further. The anagram for "I wish her well" that Donald Trump put in the public purview, I perceive that as steganographic signaling to her. The anagram for "I wish her well" is "he will wire."
Say it again, Gabe. He
It's an
will
anagram
wire.
for SH. He will wire. He'll be wearing a wire. So it was telling her not to talk. A long time ago. That was a long time ago. But
Yeah, the
Omicron, yeah, Omicron also is a symbol signaling we're watching and not to speak. Theoretically.
David Whitehead has released his documentary series called "The Cult of the Medic." And he
Yeah.
was bringing to our attention the idea of this MED or MET. Is it a D sound or a T sound? D or T, which is similar enough. We have words like media and medic and medicine and medical and medicinal. We have words like Medici,
The
a
Medici.
family name. So that's kind of where I was getting some of those ideas from.
Mm-hmm. Metaverse.
Yes, MET, Met, like the Met Art Gala that they hold. Maybe that's a meeting of the minds of the media. So we could describe broadly a group of people who are invited to the Met Gala to wear their costumes. They are members of the media. Perhaps they are also lawyers and medical professionals and people that would just gather and get invitations to this party that otherwise we are not privileged to. And the media themselves will take pictures of themselves and share their social media with the masses. And we just sit back and watch as they show us what they want to show us.
You know, something else that's been coming up this week on this line of logic, Chance, is those liminal spaces. And to be a medium or to be the media is to be the mediator, to be the placeholder of that middle space. And
Middlemen.
one middleman. And
Be
we're
medic.
talking about that is the place where spirits can pass through.
All
where
right.
Inspiration can be conveyed.
Mhm,
Is that why
mhm.
the psychopomp god Hermanubis is also the merchantile god? I'm going to share a Sabak page here. This is from Pierre Sabak, The Murder of Reality, page 118. Philologically, the Greek denomination medoi informs the Hellenistic word media, which is cunning, denoting the serpent or artificer, mason, symbolic of the ram, a moon. Media's root is observed in the Latin adjective medeus, magic, evocative of Medea, a female priest, or medix, a magistrate, which is a judge, prince, or ruler. A judge is a medix. Appellation of the medix is analogous in the Roman language to the feminine noun medius or medius, middle, connoting the priestess or arbitrator.
So
So,
I show you something cool when you're done.
yeah. I'll just read a little bit from this next paragraph. Ritual practices concordant with medeus, magic, correspond in Greek with magikos, magic, from magos, a practitioner of the arts. So this has always been a magical game with the hospitaliers and the medics. This cult of the medics is literally an ancient cult, and it is actually the cult of the medics. That's not just an English word that we just happenstantially got to represent the people that are the middlemen between us and health. They've become a priest class. It's worshipped like a religion, medical, quote unquote, science, and it operates the exact same way as it always did, but it's just a different narrative on what the faith is based in.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. You know who I think would back you up on that is Buffalo. Dude, he just left the pharmaceutical industry, and it's
Wasn't he in
you can see
insurance?
the cult.
He was on the insurance side, right?
Yeah, I think something like that.
Yeah, he was working for, well, he never gives out his real name, so we can say the company, United Healthcare.
Yeah.
And that's like,
Right.
that's like middlemen on middlemen. It's like a
Mhm.
fractal layering of middlemen to get into the insurance racket. I have a feeling that a lot of money laundering operates through that sublayer of commerce.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, here we go. Take it away,
Let's
Rachel.
Check it out. Check it out. Here's Mercury being that mediator. This is the
Yes.
eclipse that's happening or did happen. It's right between the sun and the moon. It's not in the direct path, but it's pretty in there. So there's that mediator.
Wow.
But also all those stars surrounding it. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but all the stars surrounding all those planets are in Ophiuchus, which is that mediator healer energy. And you
I
can
did
say what
not
you
know
want
that
about
that was
it.
the config right now. What a
Mhm.
great sync. We're just
Wow.
like we're lined up with the sky clock on our topics every week. It's really weird. I mean,
It is
it
so
makes
weird.
sense, but it's also weird.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's pretty cool, and you need it. Like I've been putting it on blast this week because everybody usually goes right from Scorpio to Sagittarius, and
Uh-huh.
inwardly that is a leap because you're going from this still fixed water into mutable fire, and it's like you need that mediator. That's exactly what the serpent bearer is. It is that mediator, however you want to see it. It's that healer energy. It's that, if Sagittarius is the mastery of, the beast, the inner wild part of you, this is that time period of you doing that. It's taking everything you learned in the underworld. It's kind of walking you through the underworld, actually. The little target Like I said, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but that little target next to Antares, that is a nebula. And it's, I think it's one of the only nebulas that's even in this zodiacal stretch. Most nebulas are not in it, which is why they're not read in astrology, because they're just not even a part of it. But that's kind of a point of creation. That's where stars are. That's where they get born, is in nebulas. And that is a big one. The moon actually passed right through that nebula on its way to where it's at now. The sun and Mercury just kind of passed above it, kind of over here, but it went right through. So that's kind of your tip too. We're going into the underworld. And in a lot of mythologies are like, oh, the underworld's really scary and there's pain and all this stuff. And that's just your perception of death. But what's also in the underworld is life. That's where the abyss is. That's where, I mean, if you look at the color black, black is all colors, and you don't see any colors until light is present. So there is so much of that going on too. And that's, you know, that's really important to pay attention to when you're moving into Sagittarius, because that's how you master the beast. That's how you reconcile it. That's how you get to know it, how you love it, how you move on from it, how you balance it, how you play with it. It's really about play. A lot of fire signs are about play. They might forget that, but that's what fire can be for sure.
How cool. Thank you, Rachel. That is cool.
Well, and to tie it back into the media thing, I shared it in the Telegram chat, but I had designed a patch a while ago, and it's the as above, so below hands. And above it is an eye with
Do you
a
have any more
purple
of
cross.
those? Do you have any more of those to sell? Like, are you going to make those to sell?
I can make them if people want them. I just need one.
I would.
Yeah.
I would love one. That would be really cool.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. It was really fun to make. But that was the idea behind it is, you know, the media up here is your center of control. It's where what you see is what you create. So what you see internally, but also what you take in. That's why there is so much media control, because they're controlling your ability to create. So, you know, the psychic medic idea is bringing you different sight, allowing your sight to shift to something that you can create better, create your world better. Because if you can see yourself healed, this is what faith healers teach you, but we're all picking on this up, is what you envision is what happens. So they'll say, you know, start talking to your body, start seeing yourself healthy. You have to envision it, because as soon as you get a vision, your body's like, sweet, let's do this. And it's cool to see it like reflected in that healing journey in the zodiac. You know, as soon as you see it in Pisces, it happens in Aries, materializes in Taurus. Then you're
Speaking of Taurus, Gordy's a Taurus and he's 50, so charge him a lot for the art. He's good for it.
$50. $1 for every year. Taurus to Taurus, I got you.
Nice.
I'm a Taurus too.
Sweet.
Oh, snap.
So I'm the 24th. Jim is
So
the 23rd, I think. And what are you, Paul?
May 19th.
May 19th.
Nice.
Nice.
Bulls in the house.
God.
So back to the magistrate medic connection. Just going to bring up the old Webster's 1828. I use this example all the time, but God, the third definition for God is a prince, a ruler, a magistrate or judge, an angel. Thou shalt not revile the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people. So we're equating an angel or a seraphim with both a prince or ruler or a magistrate or judge. So are we being shown through all this overt symbolism through the centuries and into now that the cult of the medics and the medical mafia are non-human in origin and control? That's the question.
Yes. You know, there's a good, it is fictional but it's very good. It's incredibly entertaining. Da Vinci's Demons is the new series that came out relatively recently, and it goes right into Da Vinci and his relationship to the Medicis. And sure enough, they bring the icon of Abraxas into the mythology of the Medici family. And I know better than to believe what I see on the television or what they're giving me in that show, but as a relatively learned occultist, I guess, there was a lot of truth in that mixing bowl. So if anybody's interested, I do recommend Da Vinci's Demons. One other thing that they brought that they kind of revealed, like tip in their hand a lot. Yeah, I was fact checking the whole movie because I was like, is this even remotely real? Is this based on any of the, and it is, it's a lot of the events that I had never heard of. Like Da Vinci went into prison for sodomy. He was accused of sodomy, which he's probably getting it on with some pretty fellas there in Venice. But one thing that they hinted towards was that the New World or the Americas were occulted in the sacred texts of the Jews and also in the cult of Mithras. And this lends to a theory that I've been learning about, and that is that the America is the land of the Old Testament Egypt. And probably had a whole nother name. But I recommend the movie, and I can substantiate this claim in a lot of ways. But one very interesting way is that Egypt of the Bible, Old Testament, is said to have a river with 7 streams, or the 7 rivers. And the Nile does not have 7 rivers. Uh-oh, did somebody get it? Mm-hmm. But the Mississippi has 7 rivers, has 7 major tributaries. And those 7 major tributaries are the menorah. And so the menorah candle with its 7 branches are encoding the Mississippi. Seppi means 7. And so in certain elite groups that are running things on a level over our pay grade, they all know that America was Misraim, but essentially was Egypt. It was not called Egypt. Egypt is a Greek name that has to do with slavery and servitude. And this place was a penal colony, to be sure. But the menorah is encoding the Mississippi and the 7 tributaries of the Mississippi. There's no fucking 7 tributaries in the Nile of what we are told is historic Egypt. So that was a long rant. I'll step back.
I just pulled up the
Sweet rant,
map
though.
that I pulled up because that would maybe infer the Gulf of Mexico as the Nile Delta.
You got
region.
it, brother. Yep, and we're in
believe-
Hanukkah right now.
Say that again.
We're in Hanukkah right now.
Hanukkah.
So
I said it again. Hanukkah.
there's a lot of action on the Gulf of Mexico Nile Delta right now with all the backed up Christmas presents and cargo that can't land. There's a
shit.
huge blockage of economic energy in that region right now.
I don't watch any news. I swear, you guys, I don't watch any news. But that location is the central nodal point of the territories right now. Sagittarius is right there where all those ships are backing up. That's crazy. I'm just learning this. Sorry. I have to go have an emotional reaction.
They're happening. They're backing up on they're backing up everywhere technically, like West Coast too. But I believe we get where there's more of a problem there. More emphasis on the problem there.
We've been waiting to hear news of the Queen.
Yes.
Has anyone heard news of the Queen? And Gordy, since you're here, could you explain to us how Grace Jones is ugly sexy again?
Well, okay.
Some people miss that.
So Cheney had this rant about what was ugly sexy, like something like that turns you off, but you find kind of a turn on, but you like not really like it, kind of repulsed by it. And I was like, oh, that, yeah, like Grace Jones. You know, as a kid, she was in those Conan movies, but she was like always like super skimpy and that beautiful black skin. Like it was like hot, but terrifying. Like something about her was like really scary. You know, like she could really pull your head off. Like she is that mantis, you know, that actually eats her mate, you know. But yeah. Grace Jones is ugly, hot, sexy. Oh, then, so the next, as soon as we said that, I sent to Cheney that morning, the next morning on Instagram, I got an ad for Night Flight, which is what we were talking about at the time, with Grace Jones, and it was the commercial with him, her, and Adam Ant. It was the first thing that popped up for me that morning.
She's coming to get you.
Come get me, Jim. I'll be your my Jamaican guy. Oh, oh. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
So I don't know if Mark is still here. Mark, are you still here?
Yep.
Nice. Do you want to give us a play-by-play on your Starlink experience?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
man.
You guys are like synchronistically making me want to feng shui my desk here. So I've just been organizing and listening.
I sometimes do work during the weave a little bit on the side, multitasking, as we say.
Okay. So yesterday, my girlfriend and I went to one of our favorite restaurants selling some nice vegan food. I'm not a vegan, but I enjoy vegan food. And on our way home, normal, nothing in the sky. We don't really even look in the sky very often because where I live, you know, it's a lot of lights and we're in between two pretty big cities. So the light pollution is strong where I'm at. And I get home, I walk around to the backyard and my mom's on the back porch and she's like, look. I look up and there's like 7 blue lights, almost the same size as the average star in the sky, but they're moving in a chain across the sky. So I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, grab my phone out of my pocket, going for like the swipe, you know, however you swiped open the camera. And I'm like running towards the front yard, jump over the fence. And then I look up and they're like just disappearing. Like as I look up, as I'm standing in the front yard, I'm like, there they go, gone. And also Paul's dogs were there and they scared him away. but no, it's okay. But yeah, so the lights disappeared and it could have been because I was in the street and the lights were coming down from the street lamps and street lights. So yeah, thank you for it's a little bit of a letdown, but I thought it was interesting. And then Tara looked it up and she said, oh, it kind of looks like the satellite launch that they did last year or so. So it could have been possibly that.
Yeah. Starlink, man. I was joking. I texted back, it's the space Jews with their flying menorahs.
I remember a story several months ago, somebody seeing lights like that in the sky, and the Starlink response was once they initially get released in the lower orbit setting, that's like you're going to see them there, and then they'll eventually go away. So apparently that's the public story.
Right.
Such a weird thing.
That was a Dave Chappelle joke, by the way. I don't get any credit for the space Jews.
Space Jew.
Are they? Is that the magistrates we're talking about that are also angels?
Hmm. Keeping everything in line. Sign on the dotted line.
Hmm.
Simple meme I saw today. Starlink equals Skynet. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Nice.
You know, China actually has Skynet. You guys know that? Their like facial recognition government worldwide system is called Skynet, actually.
Wow.
Like
For real?
they're just going for it. They're going for it.
They must not have seen Terminator.
Maybe
know-
they gave it a different name in the Chinese dub and they don't know what Skynet means.
Lost in translation.
Yeah.
I had a pretty profound Terminator thought this week. I was
The
listening.
Terminator's being spoken about in the live chat. I don't know if you guys know that. Occult Priestess is talking about Schwarzenegger. Sorry, I'd cut in, but like she says, Arnold Schwarzenegger, swastika nigger. He's the son of a Nazi. And she has a video about it. Anyway, I
That's
bet it's a sweet
interesting.
video. She knows all about the Holly Weird.
Uh-huh. So I was listening to a description of how the spike protein and all the yada yada garbledygook with the new Medici magic. And they talked about encasing it in protein. It has to be encased in protein. Well, that's what they had to do to the Terminator. He had to be sheathed in flesh in order for him to travel through time. And so between that and China's rocking the Skynet, this is just a little too close to home, y'all.
Yeah, it makes me worry about
that's-
cheese, government cheese having a protein that you could store stuff in. You know?
Well, okay, so if these magi are the medics and the rulers and the priests, then wouldn't it make sense that they would, if they wanted to conceal the divine invasion, if you will, of ships coming into the system, they would just make up a story like Starlink? I mean, I don't know, but
Yeah.
seems to me that
The thing about Starlink, there are so many different things you could attribute to what that network of satellites could do, from Bluebeam to anything else. Like, you know, the fact that that's out there, you can attribute that to so many different things.
Yes. Yes. You know, this is we'll circle back very quickly here. So I believe that cosmic events and scary things in the sky have an archetypal past life epigenetic effect on our psychology. And so you could say that just flying planes around with shit falling out of the back of it is, for many decades, is enough to fuck with human psychology, to generate enough paranoia, you know, just that alone. But that technology is super old. It goes back to battalions and regiments of military bodies and holding flags up high so that the flags flail in the air. It's to trigger the memory of when there were comets or meteors inbound. But then it even goes, so that's just one example, it even goes to the fact that most swordsmanship around the world, it has a predominant expression of an overhead strike. And the overhead strike is actually in The Princess Bride, you know, the famous sword fight where he's like,
Love that
I know
movie.
something. Yes, I know something you do not know. And he switches to the left, to the right hand. I'm not left-handed. That dialogue is incredibly insightful. I took a couple hours out of my life and I looked up what these styles of fighting that they were revealing in that little quippy narrative that they have. In the first style that they start with is an overhead strike dominant fencing style. And he says, unless you've studied Theta Kappa Theta, and then he switches his style up. And that style was a revolution in its time. And that style of fighting, sword fighting, realized everybody is overhead chop dominant. And so they undermined the entire system and they started an underside strike paradigm.
Underhanded
coming
tactics.
from below. Underhanded tactics.
More linguistics.
And so this is
a lot.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Gabriel, what was the name of that German student secret society of swordsmen? Or striking above the eye line? Can
yes.
you recount that? You read that to us during flow state. Not everyone present was at flow state.
Yep. That was the Mensurs, MENSUR. It was a German sect of secret society of swordsmen. Do you want me to read it off? It's not that long. We got all night, right?
I'll let that be up to others, but it was fascinating.
I'll do it real quick.
Do it.
So this is a elite German secret society of sword fighters called the Mensurs, MENSUR. In the 15th century, German students traveled in groups to protect themselves from bandit attacks. They were duelists, skilled in fencing, and there was strength in numbers. The students formed clubs that fought each other within a strict code of conduct. Each elevated honor, loyalty, bravery, and fair play above all other virtues. But their story doesn't stop 5 centuries ago. These clubs still exist. They are highly secretive, and their membership is usually taken from Germany's upper classes. They are called Mensurs. Currently, they are thought to be 200 student corps in Germany. They are shunned by Germans who view them as neo-Nazis, but the alumni are in possession of power and in German society, well placed to pull strings for young members now passing through the ranks. Each fox, a fox is a pledge or freshman member of a dueling fraternity who has not yet fought a sharp, must perform 3 mensur, or duels, before becoming a full member. Duelists wear black steel goggles and nose guards, and a thick binding is worn around the neck to protect the carotid artery. A chainmail shirt and gloves complete the bizarre antiquated protection against the Skalger, a rapier-like sword with razor-sharp blade. 2 duelists stand face-to-face at sword's length apart, with the sole aim of slashing their opponent's face above the eye line, while maintaining a stoic expression, totally devoid of emotion. Any display of fear brings shame and defeat. A silent wall of members surrounds them, drinking and smoking while watching the proceedings. Some of them bear the scars of previous duels, a sign of breeding and courage. Suddenly, there is a barked order to raise swords. A brief taut silence is followed by the command to commence battle. Weapons strafe together in a lightning-quick succession of delicate yet lethal movements, attacks and counterattacks, cascading faster than the blink of an eye. The naked aggression of the dance of blades is in sharp contrast to the blank faces of the duelists, who stand immobile, their left hands tightly clasped behind their backs. Another barked order cuts into the cantata of clashing foils, and then, as suddenly as they began, the fighters cease and lower their blades in a sideways arc. The drawing of blood has brought the duel to its conclusion. When a man is cut, A student doctor applies surgical spirit and stitches up the wound on the spot without anesthetic, and the combatant will be scarred for life with a schmiss, a mark of nobility that will gain him advancement from other brothers for the rest of his privileged life. Their loyalty is such that Adolf Hitler actually banned the corpse because they would not split from their Jewish corpse brother. Outsiders still see them as a group of dangerous right-wingers, others as an obsolete, archaic curiosity. But every year in universities all over the country, new members secretly join or are invited as sons of old boys, attracted by camaraderie, code of honor, and the chances of advancement, and maybe, above all, the desire to master their bodily fear and explore complex animal instincts deep within. And I want to put an addendum to that. I disagree with the author on that very last line where he says, the desire to master their bodily fear and explore complex animal instincts deep within. I think he's way off base to call it animalistic. I think he could just drop the word animal out of that sentence and say, and explore complex instincts deep within. We talked about this last week, but it goes back to that Gom Jabbar and the test of your humanity is the ability to face danger despite what your instincts are telling you, to defy your compulsion to react.
So I noticed a new thing this time through because of the context of our conversation. But just to point out the things that I noticed the first time I heard you give that reading.
Oh, yeah.
We have duelists, which has everything to do with masonry and the two pillars. And we have, let's see, what was the other aspect of it? Oh, right. They strike at the eye line above the eye, the third eye area. I find that highly symbolic in terms of like their combat training, that if there was anything nefarious about it, that the metaphor is that they're trained to go for the third eye. It's a third eye blind. But this time around, I happened to notice that an important part of the ritual, maybe one of the most important roles beyond the two combatants, is the third man, the medic.
Oh, the mediator.
And there's a medic who's a mediator, and he even applies the spirits to the wound so that it isn't dressed like a normal wound would be. It's left to scar.
Wow.
And that is probably, I wonder how high of a rank in the club you have to be the guy that applies the spirits to the wound on the third eye region of the initiate, right? So there's a medic mediator right there. That is very interesting.
Wow. I love it.
So what happens then if you have a head wound and maybe a coroner goes to investigate your death and they look into your brain and there's nothing there and all they see is yarn and spider webs, cobwebs, or nothing at all? Maybe your mind is so expanded by these rapid fire ideas that your consciousness expands faster than your scalp can stretch, and you just have a mental brain explosion, and all that remains in place: dust, cobwebs, and maybe some yarn.
I wonder what would happen if
maybe
you
spaghetti
snorted
noodles.
spider silk.
This is one of the images I made during the flow state, and it was funny because people were maybe withholding their criticisms of it, and then we shared in chat. Stella Moon had a video of a circus performer or someone who was setting a world record in which they were taking thread or yarn or something and then passing it through their nose and pulling it out their mouth, and they had 1 minute, and they were trying to pull the thread as quickly as possible, and then set a world record for the length of yarn or string, whatever it was that they were pulling through their nasal cavity and out through their mouth. So that was kind of funny. And I was like, well, that's kind of what we're doing here, is we're snorting a lot of strange ideas, and then we're regurgitating them in such a way that it's fun, it's entertaining, it's not always scholarly, it's not always officially cited. We play fast and loose, and that's probably a huge criticism and a reason why so many people
Also,
are not watching our show.
Epilepsy too.
We
would be
get
Yeah.
criticism.
There's one
Epilepsy
criticism.
warning.
Why would anybody criticize us?
Hey, it's not your
on.
fault if people can't hang.
Yeah,
That's what's up.
if they're not willing to paddle, like you got to do some
Just
work,
paddle
pal.
a little.
Try a little bit.
That's
You get
right.
there. Come on.
Start with crochet. It's easy.
Right.
So I don't know if this image flashing on your screen now gives you a seizure, or
I think that's exactly why people aren't watching anymore. It's because they've all collapsed.
they've all been
We've
triggered.
given them seizures.
They're all
They're all
out.
They need a
on the
medic.
ground right now.
We are trying to reprogram them, so maybe it'll help.
We are? I
The
didn't
flashing
agree to
lights.
that.
Deep.
Well, okay. So I want to go to something Chance was talking about when you were bringing up the duality. Because I mentioned in the chat, I like to work with axis. So if we're talking Sagittarius, we're also talking about Gemini, which is duality and polarity. And that is something, our concept of those things gets attacked, because that is vital for our being, is having that sense of other. That's part of why we need that mediator to keep that balanced when we talk to each other, when we deal with ourselves, when we deal with things outside of ourselves. So that's something interesting with the dualist, and how there's all this push to get out of duality and knock it off with the polarity. It's vital for us. So that's always going to be attacked. It's always
We
going
have
be
to have the
attacked.
polarity for the generative principle.
We
And then
need twins.
the
Mhm.
mediator or the divine messenger is spirit, because in the form of empathy, when you and the other feel what each other feels, then the divine is present, because that sense of I am and is that actually perceives the feeling, it's unified in the two. It's the same. The spirit is what spirit is. It's the same spirit in all things. So that's the true mediator, but the intermediary is the one that tells you that you can only access spirit or divine through them in an external form.
Right.
And so it's an easy trap to fall into, because I think that sociopaths can emulate the empathy, and you can think that you're in there, but like energy vampirism is a real thing, and it always begins with the good feeling. Like not always, but most of the time they will gas you up with like identifying with what they perceive you identify with. And then the next thing you know, they flip a script on you and they hit you with the polarized charge that you're not expecting. And that emotional fall from the high state of identifying with the other to the, shock, the shock and awe of all of a sudden being disagreed with or talked down to, or whatever, the intimidated, whatever tactic the vampire takes.
Mhm.
Well, and
That
here's
vampire is an important thing, because like when we talk about them, this is probably taboo to talk about on some websites, if you will, but donating blood, how much of the blood that's donated is actually used for people that need blood? I hear it's like 20%, and the rest goes into the mercantile hands for making drugs and things.
Well, here's something too. I like Mark's sticker on Tartaria because I want to get into that. But you know, you posted a video, I can't remember who it was, I don't remember his name, but he was talking about these bloodlines and how they are raising specific bloodlines to be that mediator, to be that role. And that role is important in society. That's why the Hierophant is part of the tarot. And you need him to back up and create, you know, be that supporting aspect of the emperor. You need that part of yourself. But it's interesting that certain cultures that have been very prominent choose to maintain this idea that that has to be a role that not just anybody can have. Certain people have that. You know, when you're in your family, that role can be your father, it can be your mother, it can be an aunt, an uncle, it can be anyone in your community. It's important until you step into that role yourself. So there are certain cultures that I think probably had a better idea of how to do that naturally and flow with that. And yes, there were people who, you know, that was their specific role because they just embodied it. Sure, you always need teachers, but it's interesting that a lot of those cultures get wiped out and erased from history, and it's really hard to find them, and it's really hard to bring those things and those truths back up to the surface because everything else has been so prominent, and it seems like it's the only way to look at things. It's the only view.
Well, I like that you brought it up that there's actually a legitimate intermediary or mediator that should exist, but what we're getting is a bad reflection of that concept.
Yeah.
In the authoritarian system. Of course, like there's many people that play that role well outside of the mafia, like yourself. High Priestess Rachel, as Gabe calls you.
Yeah, dude.
Only till you can high priestess yourself.
What was that we were just looking at, Mark?
This is from a like stock or a vintage, you know, footage archive type thing. I think the Internet Archive has it. If you just type Tartar into the Internet Archive, this is like one of the only videos that comes up, but it's a 1930s documentary of Peking, which it's allegedly one of the places in Tartaria. I mean, there's even legends going back from Marco Polo. He talks about meeting Kublai Khan, which that word Belial, we see that in a lot of I forget who Belial is. I think Slick can help me out with that one. But
isn't he the like Lord of Lies specifically? It's got lie in it.
Maybe, but he's not a good character. But Kublai Khan, he seemed like more diplomatic than Genghis Khan. At least he didn't have like the ruthlessness, but he had this amazing palace that Marco Polo describes. And it's interesting because, you know, in 1930s, they were calling this a Tartar city. But if you look it up, to Rachel's point, you look this up now, they'll just, you know, give credit to the Chinese culture, not Tartarian culture.
Mark, I just looked up Belial. Now, what were you referring? Okay, so that's the name of the city, correct?
Belial has Bel in it, which is Baal.
Kublai Khan. He was a descendant of Genghis Khan, and he was in charge of this area that's now known as Beijing. It was known as Peking when this video was filmed, and back then it was a part of Tartaria. So, and Kublai Khan was the, you know, head honcho. He was the Lord of Lords, which is what Khan means, Lord. But yeah, you can see, you know, some really amazing artwork. You know, you see this kind of stuff in the Western examples of possible Tartaria stuff. But I think, you know, in the case of this, I think it's the strongest case for like a Tartarian civilization, just because it fits with geographically what we're remembering as Tartaria, at least in the written record. I know a lot of Tartarian research says that all history is rewritten, so how could we trust it anyways? But I mean, if you just look at the sheer size of these doorways in most of these buildings, I mean, I can go back to to this one. Look how big this is. This would be for a giant, not just regular people, you know, like look at how tiny they are compared to the huge archway. So, and then you see all the dragon stuff. And I mean, this is one of the examples of some of the sacred geometrical structures that might have some sort of energetic function. You know, you see this sort of pattern. That
It's like a vertical triptych.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rachel, do you have that clip that you brought forward like a month or so ago of the building that was activating?
I'll have to find it. I'll have to find it because it's in the chat.
Yeah, I hate to put you on the spot, but
no, you're fine.
Mark, Rachel found something super similar to what you're bringing forward, and it's like a pagoda style. Probably it's hard to tell, but essentially it has this spire at the top of the building, and it seems to be activating. And there's a energy body lighting up at the pinnacle of this building that she found, and it's even humming. You can even hear the buzz of the electricity, and so it's very confirming to the whole Tartaria ether energy concept.
You think the Pope gets a buzz off of his tiara, like the Tartarian buildings generate a buzz? Tiara, Tartaria? I don't know.
Tartaria.
I'll see if I can find another one. I threw it in the Telegram chat really quick. I don't know where the link is for it.
Belial. I heard you say, Mark, Belial is, I thought it was the name of a demon. And
I think that's correct.
So Belial,
but it's also Bel. Belial. Bel is
like,
Baal.
Bel is the sun god.
And it means Lord in Sumerian.
Yes, right. like Bill Gates.
It's also the demon of lies and guilt.
Damn. That's very appropriate for Bill Gates and William Shakespeare. Playing on our emotions.
AKA Francis Bacon.
Yep.
Oh,
yeah. I always point out that Gates is an anagram for stage.
So the root word "ial," I-A-L, is relating to or the kind of. So it's of Bel Isle. It's of the kind of Bel or Bal. A replicant? Because I look at the whole force that we're describing right now, legion, as the biblical phrase, as like Agent Smith in the Matrix.
Yeah.
It's all a big copy of a copy of a copy.
Yep.
It's one template. Dirty electricity. That's the template. Just like with the life force energy is one template.
That's the thing that I was trying to put my finger on what is really bugging me about conspiracy shows, all these old conspiracy shows that I used to listen to. And I realized this week that it's that they don't, like, they know there's a war, but don't know where it's being fought. And they don't understand that it's a literal spiritual war.
Yeah, man.
Like this is a literal thing.
Yeah.
Battle in the mind.
Affecting all of us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every single one of us.
It's in your head.
Like to that point, for me, like I've been interested
Alan,
in conspiracy, like all this shit for a long time. But I feel like in the last 2 years, specifically since Corona, it's gone from a historical evaluation to a current event, day-to-day evaluation. Like we're no longer just looking at things that have happened. We're looking at things that are happening in front of us on a day-to-day basis and trying to interpret it.
Yep, it's here and it's now.
Our media is playing one ginormous head game with us. They're messing with our heads, our thoughts, and including intentional misdirection and what is the word for something that cannot exist because the other statement is true and they have an opposite statement that they also say is true.
Oxymoron? Is that it?
Oxymorons exist in the media, yes. These ideas that they are saying that this is true and this other statement is true, but if statement A is true and statement B negates statement A, but statement B is true.
It doesn't
Cognitive
follow basic
dissonance.
logic.
Cognitive dissonance in the media, playing head games. There's the word is Operation Mind Fuck is what it is, and that's
Yay! Yay! So if somebody said on bingo that Alan would cuss tonight, you win the whole thing. The whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, my ears.
Oh
Did
my
somebody
friggin'
win?
ears!
I said the cuss word myself.
You bro.
Mind is blown.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I can sleep well tonight, knowing that my friend Alan Marcus finally broke his cherry.
Was that the first time? What? I'm sitting up straight now. Well, anything could happen tonight. I was starting to slouch in my chair, but like I'm ready.
So
It's a showstopper.
I want to circle back to everything we just said, starting with Chance and DePaul and Alan Marcus. Agent Smith and collectivism.
Agent Angel.
Yes. Agent Smith is that is Vulcan, the Smith, ambidexter, Hephaestus. That is the Smith-Munt Act, and where he closes off Neo's mouth, and now we're all wearing masks, and the First Amendment is fucking in the wind. And I want to point out, the agents could turn into any mundane muggle could be converted into a agent just like that at the switch of a button. In a single commercial, they can twist a person's thoughts to single you out and come after you. Also, Agent Smith put the toxoplasmosis in Neo, right? He put that parasite in Neo's belly button, which is the place where your placenta once was.
Do you see the same cat twice?
Yeah, he's the same cat twice.
Something changed. He's compromised.
And that is a reader of the auguries. People interpreting the future by animals' behaviors. And that gets into a little bit of the climate change bullshit. But I want to bring this back to Legion again, and how Legion was one of many. He was of many minds. He had a split personality. He was insane. And so Jesus does the magic word, and he casts the demons into a team of swine, a bunch of wild boar. And where does toxoplasmosis proliferate? In pig.
Alan, I was thinking about pigs today. Or Alan, I don't know why. Was it you that brought up the pigments in the group chat today?
Oh no, that was you and I about the octopus.
Pigment? Well,
and
Alan's
Opus
talking
Dei.
about things being in our heads.
The colors in your mind.
Swine mind? They cover. What are pigments used for? For masking, the makeup, cosmetics.
Wow.
Pigment, swine
Yeah.
mind.
Well, my
Like
mind
lipstick
immediately
on
goes to a coroner when you're deceased, you're kaput, you're dead, your head still exists, and they need to show the head, display the head. What does a funerary makeup artist do? What is the name for someone who is putting makeup on a dead head pig lipstick. making
Mortician.
them up- Morticia, Adam's family. Sorry. Going back to the idea of
Adam.
the head that we
Adam's
have,
family.
right, blown out the back of the head. The skull is completely empty, and we
Adam
have a
Cadman
cobweb.
Caput.
We have a cobweb in place where the brain would be. And then if we display that head as sickly green, it's like the color of death. We probably don't want to do that as a symbol that we represent spider heads as. I don't know who that head is. Maybe it's the Baphomet head, maybe it's the decapitated head, maybe it's the listener or the viewer who listened to too many Weavingspiders episodes and their head just exploded out of the back of their mind, and we filled it with soggy spaghetti noodles that they just snorted and inhaled, and we didn't give them a way out. We didn't follow the thread through the labyrinth to lead them to an exit that they could safely escape the mind games, the head games, the labyrinth of the mind. So in this image, again, of like a zombie colored, sickly green skin, like behold a pale horse, that pale green skin color, you would put pink makeup on it to neutralize the tone. Is that, ladies, help me out here. When you're trying to neutralize a skin tone, you put maybe what kind of makeup do you put on that head to make it not look like a zombie head, to not make it look like it's a dead
Lots
head?
of foundation.
Pounds of foundation. Opposite
Do we
color
have
pigments.
do we have a mortician in the room tonight who can explain to us the process of putting pigments on skin to make the dead head appear presentable at a funeral? We began talking about Gordon going to a funeral today and the strange rites and processes, and there's closure when you see the head of someone you knew, and now you confirm for yourself that they are indeed dead because you've seen the head. I don't know where I'm going with this.
That movie that I just showed
Right.
about Tartaria ends with a Chinese funeral procession. Boom, synchronicity.
Yeah, well, now I want to see it.
And a lot of those Tartarian buildings are called founded. They found the dead. Found dead. The old foundations. They just build on the old foundations and keep claiming it for, the new culture.
Salvage.
Hey, I'm right there.
stages.
So there was a 1903 World's Fair here in Seattle, and University of Washington was something that is kind of centered around that. And I've started to look into it. I don't have any info yet, but Seattle has an underground. The buildings on the university campus are clearly more impressive than anywhere else in the city, and I definitely think there's some things to correlate there.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
underneath most universities, there's kind of like a forgotten tunnel system. I noticed there's one.
Universe cities.
Yale University has one. Skull and Bones and all of them are connected to it.
Yeah, U of A has
322?
one, and Northern Arizona University has one, and I think weirdly, Eastern Arizona, some little tiny school,
And
has-
those ones all have
That's
back
weird.
doors into underground military bases.
Yeah.
That's why the kids are getting dumber and dumber as the years go on.
So I went to Rocky Mountain College of Art and Design, which used to be a center for tuberculosis, and they have tunnels. They say
Yeah.
it's because they wanted to be able to get to patients during big blizzards and snows. But I mean, I've been
Right.
in some big blizzards. I don't know that that's necessary, but you could use them for that. But it's interesting because there are some tunnels. I've seen some of the ones in Seattle too.
If
Well,
I
back in
may
the-
interject here,
Back in the
just
1800s, that was the way they did that. But go ahead. Sorry.
the underground tunnel system connects us to this movie Mazes and Monsters. starring Mr. Tom Hanks. And the idea of this movie is underground, there are these tunnels, and you had someone who was playing Dungeons and Dragons. Now they could not use the title Dungeons and Dragons to name their movie Dungeons and Dragons, so they changed it to Mazes and Monsters. Again, mazes are labyrinths of the mind. So you have this mind game by a dungeon master or a controller or someone who dictates what the scene is, and the players have to navigate through the scene, solve the puzzles, slay the dragons, open the doors, and continue to advance to find their way out alive. Last week, we had 9 videos on Weavingspiders Welcome for the first time. It was suggested by our chaotic evil player, David Barsky, to overlay an Enneagram over the 3x3 window. And Zoom, our benevolent AI overlord, or our AI dungeon master or game master, arranged the videos of the spiders in this 3x3 grid. This was not my choosing, this was Zoom's choosing. So in this layout, we have at the top left, lawful good, Jim, neutral good, Gordy Two Shoes, chaotic good, slick dissident, Alan Marcus, that's me, lawful neutral, Chance Garton as true neutral, chaotic neutral is Cheney of Project Cheney, SB Elger, shout out to SB Elger, our lawful evil. Our neutral evil character, Rachel. And of course, chaotic evil, the man behind the scenes, keeping the RSS feeds and the podcast things happening, David Barsky. What do you guys think of this?
I like mine. I'm a Libra moon, so I feel pretty neutral.
I'm nice. I don't see what
yeah, but to the system, to the AI, you're total.
You're neutral
total
in your
lawbreaker.
evilness, so that's kind of
yeah.
right?
That's all right. I don't want the world to burn necessarily. Maybe some of it.
I should be both things at once.
I'm an equal opportunity.
Everyone has the chance.
That's perfect timing, Alan. We were just talking about underground tunnels, and here we are dealing with the dungeons.
Mm-hmm.
I have a screen share for Labyrinths. Shart Cathedral.
As we were talking about bingo cards earlier, I think Flat Earth needs to be the center free square because that always comes up.
It's showing.
That would be a good one.
Well, hold on.
Or Cosmic Cube.
Is it showing the cathedral floor right now, or am I on the other slide?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yep.
All right. So there's that. This is
labyrinth.
a pattern found in many cathedrals and also in their hedge gardens.
Which one is
This
that?
is a circuit board Schumann resonator.
Oh, sweet.
So the same pattern used in computer electronics.
Check this out. This is a
let's-
guide
You get
of
big.
labyrinths
Oh,
that
right.
that are all over the Connecticut and Rhode Island states, and I think they're very common throughout the United States. But the idea is it's for like a meditation or in honor of somebody that passed away. A lot of times, charities will fund these things, but Chance, you're absolutely right. They do look very harmonic, and that connects to a lot of the research I've been doing about the ancient stones here in New England and how they're specifically placed in certain ways to channel the telluric or earth energies.
Are those prominent in the Methodists? Is there any correspondence to the Methodists? Because in Boulder, they have quite a few of those, and one is in a Methodist church.
A lot of these are just in churches. There's a bunch of them are Episcopalian and
Okay.
Universalist actually, but
Oh,
but
okay.
there's one that's like the Wisdom House, which is like a strange like retreat center founded by a group called the Daughters of Wisdom. Then there's one that's like in a state park. There's one in a Lutheran church, community colleges, yoga studios, and then even just on people's property, and then cemeteries, of course, and colleges. But it's interesting, the places that have them, you'd think that the people who commission these, I would say, using my conspiratorial, skeptical, speculative mindset, I would say they're building them with a hidden agenda. Maybe they're using it to anchor or signal to others, or like anchor that energy in. But you see it with the Nazca lines. It's like, are we building these things just to experience them from a ground level, or are these things meant to have a sort of earth sky connection? And if you research the Native American spiritual culture, at least in the area that I'm in, there's a huge emphasis on the relationship between the sky and the earth, and stones are sort of considered like a medium between the two.
Mark, have you done like any of those big like meditated in like a Native American labyrinth ever?
Well, on the point of labyrinths, they're definitely not Native American, but there are certain stone structures that we could call Native American. But it's funny, some stories even say that certain ones were built way before the Native Americans found them, and they just kind of had ideas about what they were. But the one that I've visited was a place called GUNGYWAMP, GUNGYWAMP. And there's even some theories that say that it could have been built by Celtic travelers or Celtic people because of the similarity. But I visited this place and it was really cool. I'll share my screen and show you guys the best.
That's interesting. The Celts.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of interesting things that have been found there. A lot of colonial artifacts, Native American artifacts, but yeah, there's some similarity between and this is like the worst picture they could show, honestly. This is a stone circle, which is very interesting. Not trying to take any, but here's where the interesting stuff is. So they have these chambers that are built of stone, and GUNGYWAMP is one of the more famous ones because it's had these theories about Celtic possible origins associated with it. Because of this right here, you see how it kind of resembles the what they have. People might think of them as like hobbit holes, but in Ireland they actually have buildings like this in the earth. And
my wife has been to this place. This is in New Hampshire.
Well, right? No, you're absolutely right. There are many stone chambers in New England. This is actually in Connecticut. But yeah, there's many different stone chambers across New England. So I don't doubt that your wife's visited one of these. But what's interesting about them is if you look at this hole right here, a lot of these holes that are within the stone chambers are oriented, as you might suspect, to certain days or times of the year. So the sun will rise and come through one of those chambers. And, this adds more credit to the theory that Native Americans had, and this even connects back to what you guys said about the Hebrew cultures, or I think Slick said this with the prophecy of North America. I mean, there's possibly a link between the Native Americans and those cultures, and we see it with that kind of astronomical knowledge.
Yes. Yeah, that's even that archway is like a tav or a pi, the symbol of pi.
Get out of my head.
Very, sacred entrance.
I'm just going to show you. This is my other screen right now. Oh wait, Alan just pulled up. I wanted to verify a spider sink.
We live in your mind. Remember, that's our #1 motto. And with all these labyrinths and tunnels and mazes and caverns, and with this idea in mind, we have threads that we weave. I think the purpose of this show, if there is one, would be to take the string that we provide for you and use it to trace and leave the trail of the string, the thread, so you can follow it back to the place of entry and maybe complete a maze with the thread to an exit, so that you'll find your way forward and out of the head games and the mazes and the gaslights in the dark, dank dungeons where there might be dragons or minotaurs chasing you, or threats or mind viruses or any of these things. So if you take the thread, the weaving, the spider web thread, whatever it is, trace your entrance to your exit out of the matrix, out of the maze, whatever the metaphor is, and then find your way out at the end of the episode. But we're still streaming, we're still weaving. I don't know if anyone's called bingo yet. If you have called bingo, call it out louder, and we'll find out and confirm if you can be declared a winner of successfully exiting the episode with a blacked out bingo card. And maybe on the way out, there are door prizes. I don't know. Gordy?
A
we have
butterball, I
prizes?
heard.
A whole turkey.
Yeah, the whole turkey here, right here, buddy, right here. This one. If you anywhere in the continental United States, I will send this to you. If you're the first. Now I'm thinking about this. We haven't gotten many. We may have a lot of submissions, right? It's possible that we have several submissions.
We got one person in the chat is 1 square away.
Oh, really? Is that true? That's great. Okay, yeah. I mean, if you're the first one, call your username out and, message us on Telegram, prove it, and it's yours. That'd be really fun. And then next week, maybe somebody else can as a project, give something away, make an art piece or create something that you could give on to the next bingo winner. I think it'd be kind of a cool community thing where we all kind of add poetry or a song or whatever it is we do, I think it'd be kind of a cool thing to just keep passing on, as creative.
If you guys will, I've just had a very similar idea. I'm going to be selling some of my crystal pieces on my Patreon and through the Gumroad site that I created. But the idea is to work on them, possibly on a show like this, possibly on a show like the one you guys do on Wednesdays, right? Where you guys create art. I love that. Great concept.
Oh, it's so fun, man. And actually the gravy, we're knee deep in the gravy, just like one of these, but we're also making shit.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Those look really nice, Mark. I'm a
Thank
big
you.
fan of heady wraps myself. I mean, I don't make them, but
Well, if people are interested, I used to have an Instagram account that's still working called Mystic Mark. And that's where all my pieces are. Most of the ones that I've sold, but yeah, I haven't made them in a couple years. I just kind of hang on to them. Something about it. I lost the spark, and I think I've been getting it back with the inspiration from creative folks like you guys.
Nice.
Anybody who tries to sell you, I don't know.
The Mystic period, Mark?
Yeah.
All right, I'm linking.
Here's a free bingo board if anybody wants to play. You could still be a winner tonight if you screenshot this bingo board or any bingo board and play it however you choose to play. Free bingo board.
Let's summon Sean in here.
Yeah, bring in some SB.
Sean.
SB alter.
Here's a
summon
card
the-
for everyone's bingo board. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna draw a random card.
Nice.
Is he here?
Oh, I
Call
love
in
color.
from bed, Sean.
Sean.
I've done it. I've done it. Ooh.
Whoa,
Oh,
what
cool.
is that?
So this is from Daniel Loeb's Rotamundi tarot card deck, and
Oh yeah.
it's more of an instructional. People should definitely pick this up if you're like new to the alchemical, Kabbalistic, and Rosicrucian symbolism and where the three meet. It's a really cool. It's not the best for divination. It's more geared towards like, look at the cards and learn how the pattern works, and then you go and take that and work it with other tarot card decks. But that was the oral, written, and applied card, and then it had the Hierophant in there, I think, or the
Yeah.
Priestess card. So, that might have been on the board.
Sean says he has to put pants on to come in, but I bet that at least one of us isn't wearing pants right now.
I think Paul is asleep.
Is he gonna give us that Edgar Casey
I think he was.
vision?
Paul, are you talking in your sleep, Paul? I think he was talking in his sleep. I swear, I'm not
gonna
going
get
to be a jerk.
This could be a mediumship prophecy.
We're gonna get some prophecy action.
Oh no, he's talking. I swear. Oh, don't let me instigate. I'm bad. Let's talk about something else.
If we all mute ourselves for a moment, we can listen to what Paul's saying.
Yeah.
So let's all mute ourselves and listen. What might we hear? Paul,
He's out.
tell us, Paul.
This is
Tell us what you see in your dream, Paul.
stupid. This is the first.
Tell
Is
us-
this the first
tell
of the
us of your
show? It can't be the
homeworld.
first, right? It can't be the first
I-
person to fall asleep on this show because
Just the first one on
we-
camera. I'm pretty sure I've done it in a
I
Zoom
have
call
done
off
it.
camera.
I have done it.
Oh, sweet dreams.
Wow, that's incredible.
Sweet
Paul,
dreams.
The polite
Paul is
thing
our
maybe
oracle
to do
now.
to mute his video if someone
The sleeping prophet. Oh my God, we
Think
got
that's
our own
hostage
sleeping
in.
prophet.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, this is hilarious. Oh my God.
I
this
think
is great.
I think for Paul's sake, maybe muting his video would be a nice thing to do.
Yeah, give him some privacy.
For the record, laughing with the situation, not at our friend
Yeah.
Paul.
Yeah,
Oh,
It is a
For the
humorous,
record, it
humorous
is-
situation.
who's laughing at Paul? I love this. This is the best thing ever. Ah.
Yes.
Ah.
I would expect all of you to do the same thing to me.
I've
Yeah,
done
oh,
it.
yeah.
I have done
Yeah,
that.
please.
You guys
So-
can roast me while I'm awake.
Oh. Shoot, that's great.
Oh,
No, I'm totally laughing at the situation because that's been
Oh my
me.
gosh.
I guess we can pop back in later
That's fine.
if he's awake.
I hope so.
I wish we could like hand him some cards so he could like start pulling them while in his
Right?
sleep.
All right, right. Oh, he's
We
gonna
would
be our,
know.
he'll be our mediator when we do
Yes.
do a connection with that like we were talking about Chance doing a live
Estes method?
Estes method.
Oh, we have to explain the Estes method. Though.
Nice.
D-
I explain it all the
Would you
time,
guys
so
be
I'm just
down
going.
with this? Would all you guys be down with
Is
doing
that-
something like this
Is
live?
that where I use my ASMR voice to lull our listeners into a deep?
It must have been you.
That's
Must
exactly
have been
what
knocked
happened.
him out.
We insert ideas. into
After,
the
you know
minds of
what?
the
It was the
spider.
epileptic flashing lights that you were playing.
I don't know.
If
I don't know if you guys
Well-
heard this, but he talked in his sleep, and that's why I pointed it
was,
out. I wasn't
yeah.
trying
I
to.
heard it a little. Just a little
yes, he
bit.
did.
Yes,
Yeah,
you did.
That might have been a
That's great.
first in podcast
I
history.
know.
Sleep talk
talking.
captured
That's
on a
great.
podcast.
Isn't that
Pretty
great?
awesome.
It's
Yeah.
working.
I really
It's
want to go back and see what
working.
he check and see what he said. Oh my god!
What if we
Is
go
everybody
back and
laughing as hard as we are in the chat right now?
I hope so.
what if we go back and we filter it out and he's mumbling, "Paul is dead. Paul is dead."
Oh, and then we have our own legend on our hands.
That
Who
would
was
be
Paul? Who
Where's
was
Carl?
Paul?
This was his first time joining in on
just
the show.
goes-
I think he said, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where did he come from? Who invited
Gabriel
this
posted
guy?
the
I
Zoom link in
didn't
the
know.
Cheney Telegram chat. Not to
Oh,
call
it's
Gabriel
Cheney.
out, but like technically we could get anybody from.
Accidentally posting a Zoom link,
Yeah,
letting
I didn't-
everyone in. Thank
I didn't
you.
realize that's how
Yeah,
that would go.
I like that because we need new people on stage. Like this crew
That's
has
kinda
been
fun.
around for a while.
Like
That's
having
what
just
can
some
happen.
rando on here that
That's what can happen when you just
That's
leave it
great.
open to chance.
Does anyone else want to join us now? We can get you a Zoom link if you want to join us. On camera
If
and
you're on the
microphone.
verge of sleep, join us. We'd love it. If you're feeling drowsy out there, folks, please. Love to have more sleep talkers on the Weaving Spiders web. I would be fascinated if
Listen.
what his sleep talk said, actually related to the conversation somehow.
too.
That would be amazing. Like he's like,
Probably does.
actually, guys, Belial means
This
Right.
whole episode.
That's what I mean. He's a
58,
sleeping prophet. We're gonna have to
blackout.
just have him on to sleep talk.
When you black out, you black out.
This entire episode is the dream of Paul. It only exists
In
the
Paul's
mind
mind.
of Paul.
It's
Paul's the
dream.
host of his own podcast right now in his dreams. That's the beauty of this. He's taking it away.
Is Paul our Muad'Dib?
I wasn't gonna
Yes.
say it, but
I don't know
we
who
should talk
that
about
is,
something
but
really
yes.
weird and see what he dreams later.
So you know, 58 is a E and a Z, and in reverse it's Z. He was pushing some Z's.
Or a
Why
lazy
is-
boy.
Why is Z repeated indefinitely the universal symbol of sleep? Why is it Z? Is that electricity
Yeah, so
or the
I
deep
haven't.
sleep, the dark sleep? Anyone have ideas about why Z is how you say you're sleeping?
I do.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody ever, instead of going unconscious, had their body fall asleep while their mind was still aware?
Mhm.
Because the feeling to me when that happens is like a power cord getting stuck into the back of my neck and an electric feeling with a tone that actually accompanies it that is very much a buzz. And then like a few times in my life, I managed to hang in there while that was happening instead of like, because it's like sleep paralysis at first. You can't move and it can be freaky. But a few times I've actually stayed there with it consciously and like popped out of my body and been consciously out of body. And then there's also dimethyltryptamine. Whenever that substance begins to take effect, you hear a buzz frequency type sound that ramps up in pitch as you go up the consciousness fractal to wherever that is. So there's that.
Yeah.
But I don't want to forget Spirit Box, so we'll let's continue talking about this. But I'm holding on to that, Gordy,
Okay, good call.
Yeah, good.
because I
So
think I
my-
figured out how to do it on the air.
my first thought with the Z's was a generator. Is like you are a generator, but also which Z and G have correspondence from English to Greek. The Greek seventh letter in Greek is zeta, which makes me think of zygote. But anyways, in Hebrew, that seventh letter zain is sword. So you're like sawing logs. They say you're sawing a log, which is it's like you're cutting something.
That little snippet I just shared credits Henry David Thoreau as the first author to ever use ZZZ to denote a sound, and he was referring to the buzz of crickets, which if you've ever heard like cicadas when they buzz, it is a sort of metallic, almost electric, like Alan put it, kind of buzz that like I don't know how strong it is, but or what that means about how sensitive my hearing is, but when I hear cicadas buzz and they're close to me, like you can feel it in your ears. It's more than just a ringing.
It's the sound of that electric turkey carver cutting through your skull so we can take your brains out and fill them with cobwebs.
Yikes.
Or maybe it's this 5 of Cups card that Rachel shared with us. Rachel, what is
Spooky.
this about?
Yeah.
This is from the Santa Muerte deck, which is about transformation. So the 5 of Cups is usually in, heart, emotions, the mind, or well, not really the mind, but the spirit. So you work things out in your mind, and you can either stay in this pond, and the pond is like, it's either supporting that working out, or you're just going to be in there and gather a bunch of algae because you can't get out of your head when you need to be in your heart.
Yep. This is the spiritual alchemy stuff.
It works with both of them in this card. It's not just about the heart. It's absolutely about the heart, but your mind can trip up your heart a lot, and your heart can also trip up your mind. So it's kind of being in the flow, being in that water, like literally.
And trying to live in the liminal spaces.
Yes, exactly. Bingo.
Bingo. She said bingo.
Bingo. I win.
It's a 5x5 magic square of cups.
You don't see my bingo wings, but they're there. But yeah, that's what this card is about. It was beautiful. It's one of my favorite ones. I think it's cool that it's
really cool.
The mind maze.
I like the heart-shaped eyes on that skeleton. Un scalato.
I think that's on all the Cups cards, which is cool. But yeah, being in those spaces.
So, Chance, you want somebody else to describe the Estes method this time?
Oh, yeah.
I love describing it.
That's what I was going to do.
You do the best. You know it better than any of us.
Well, okay. I talked to the guys that created this a couple of years back on my show. Their names are Carl Pfeiffer and Connor Randall, and they were investigators and tour guides at the Stanley Hotel. Does that ring a bell?
Oh yeah,
Stanley.
big time.
Yeah, The Shining.
That's a keystone.
They, while there, were using the Spirit Box Ghost Hunter technology, which is the holy shit. Benjamin Balderson's in the live chat. What up, Ben? Yeah, so these two guys, they're using the
Send
Spirit
him a
Box.
Zoom link.
Yeah, dude, he should.
Oh yeah.
He might have his Starlink might not be his Skynet Starlink might not be up for it. I know he has internet stuff, but yeah, okay. At the Stanley, they had a ghost box which scans the radio. Random stations are played for just snippets of time, and you use this to theoretically decipher messages coming from beyond or from spirits that are interacting with you on your ghost hunt. And if you think that the random sounds coming together sound like a message from the radio scanning, randomly jumping from channel to channel, then that's the message you're getting from the ghost or the spirit. What they came up with was to put a blindfold on and have noise canceling like drummer headphones. So the person listening to the ghost box could not see or hear anybody or anything else in the room. And they would ask questions to the air out loud, the people that are not on the ghost box, and the person blindfolded with noise canceling headphones was answering their questions almost conversationally. At points, it's almost totally conversational, how quick and specific the back and forth is, and the answers seem to be directly replying to the questions. Really cool.
Yes.
So,
and
last
sometimes the
step they-
answers, sometimes the answers are found in the future, like days later. Also,
yeah, yeah, that's true. Sometimes the voice would just blurt out a word, like in the Hellier series. There's an example of this, and then they have no idea the context of that word, and then they run into that exact thing at a very surprising and synchronistic time as like a way for them to be confirming that they're on track or they're being led. They're actually being led somewhere by something. Yeah, they used it in Hellier, is what Raja Beadle's saying. They did. Hellier is a pretty amazing series.
you guys should all watch it.
Yeah, hey, Ben Balderson, while
Sounds
we're here, let's
interesting.
just let everyone know on Monday, there's an episode of his show, Odin's Alchemy, where I have collated much of our conversational research on several subjects, including the cosmic egg, the tree of life, the Holy Grail, the placenta, UFOs, all of that into a PowerPoint presentation. So watch out Monday night. That's going to be really cool. We had a good old time, me and Benjamin. We're probably going to just have to do monthly stuff together because every time we get together, there's just major sparks of inspiration. So hail to Balderson.
Hail Balderson.
Yeah. I still have stuff to send him too. So like the second pages to show him. I'll be
Nice.
emailing soon.
So one thing that I find really amazing about the Estes method is, they developed it there in the Stanley Hotel, right north of you, Rachel. And it probably goes without saying that they know about, what Kubrick was hinting at. I don't know if they watched it like we watched it. I don't know if they see it like we see it. I don't know if they know what we know, but essentially we do know that that location in that movie was used to convey the psychic abilities. We'll be vague. Chance, did you watch the Shining in reverse with us?
No, I admit I've never
Been
seen The
backwards?
Shining. I've just seen
Okay.
clips and parts. But clearly there's a lot of things that keep circling back around to The Shining.
You gotta watch the one
Yes.
that we watched.
You got to watch it like we watched it, man. It
Yeah.
gives so much rich context to the Estes method.
Okay, let's make a date and do it again because I wasn't there that time either, and I need to.
Yeah.
So let's commit a date, a night where we do this because I need to see this. But I think
I'd like to rewatch it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or I'd like to do that with Hellier is what I mean as well. Like all of us watch
Yeah.
Hellier.
Hellier is
Okay.
really
And
interesting.
I got to put this in the conversation before it slips through its timing here. Remember Chance in the placenta meth podcast when they talked about what's
We need to
Princess
back
Leia?
up and explain that whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay, because we just
Yeah.
alluded to it. That was like potentially one of the
Oh,
first
yeah.
things we were going to talk about, but then we
Ridiculous.
just got into other
And
shit.
Yes.
somebody has to talk to the MU guys with us.
Yes.
I mean, we have
Yes.
to. These
They're not
connections are too
they're not
weird.
accessible.
Oh,
Are they not?
They don't
too
do
bad.
that. They don't do interviews on other shows as far as I know. All they do
Oh.
is like hang out and read and study and then talk about it on their show, and they have young kids. So I don't think they're doing that. Just not to shoot you down, but like, I've tried.
That means one of us has to get the book, the Dr. Feelgood book, and read it so we can bring all that together.
Yeah, I nearly every week share books that they've researched in the Telegram chats that I would love a spider to get into.
Okay,
so
Dr.
Feelgood, this is the story. I want you to recount it though. I think it feels fresher from you.
Okay. Well, I just want to point out Carrie Fisher. That's who I'm thinking of. She named the effects from being on those drugs. She named it the shine.
Yeah, I heard that.
She named the people who are on this drug that Dr. Feelgood produced. She called it, they have the shine. And it draws people to them. It's a charisma, a light about them. And the kid Danny from The Shining, he was born with the placenta on his head. He had the higher calling. And so did the guy who was the curator of the hotel, who was training them, handing down the knowledge to them. That guy had the shine, the shining. And so this term, the shine and the shining, is completely dilated in on the placenta technology. So I just want to put that together. Carrie Fisher, in her book, called it the shine. In The Shining, the kid Danny had the placenta on his head, and he had the shining. So all of this.
And Dr. Feelgood, this guy you're talking about.
Yes.
This was a Hollywood doctor, also the personal physician to JFK, and even lived in Germany pre-World War II, and is credited with providing the Third Reich the formula for Pervitin, which is the methamphetamine that the Nazi soldiers were on that made them so fearless, ferocious, and impervious on the battlefield. So he flees from Germany and makes it a circuitous route to the United States. This Dr. Feelgood, as he was called, I don't remember his actual name, but he was experimenting with what he called vitamin shots that he was giving his patients, but they were really like cocktails of strange stuff like animal parts and placenta and methamphetamine and who knows it, but placenta was specifically one of the things. And so this shine, I think we circle around to this idea all the time about the Lord of the hosts, Yahweh Sabaoth. Sabaoth meaning host, legion, an angelic army. But are these medics or magi providing some sort of pharmacos that leads to possession? Because I have personally seen people on substances fucked up become possessed. I positively have seen that. So is the shining ones, that's another name for the seraphim or the watchers, the shining ones, are they, here's Alan, a vampire, which is another cryptic folklore of the shining ones. Yeah, so Alan, take it away. What do you got?
I got some chicken leg drumstick in a donut. I don't know if that means anything to anybody or not. But
donut for sure.
I was looking for a turkey leg, but I got a chicken leg instead. So
same difference.
Perfect.
I got nothing. Go ahead.
The costume change is really working for me.
Nothing.
Jim, what's the term? Alternating hyperboloid.
Shit. I need
professional reciprocating hyperboloid.
Great. That's it. I hear cops love those.
I've shared the Mysterious Universe episode from Friday about Dr. Max Jacobson, the Dr. Feelgood. So there's a lot in there. It's very interesting, especially the parts about Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe and many others were just like on meth all the time, actually. But that was part.
Meth.
And it's
Yeah.
what gave them their
See-
apparently that was how they got their charisma or their shine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Super weird.
That
But when you go back and look
what's this-
and listen from today's standards with modern eyes, and you like listen to Marilyn Monroe, she sounds like she's super fucked up. Like it's bizarre. It's bizarre. And I
Yeah.
wonder how much of history is unwritten on the pages that most of the population is fucked up on some sort of drug.
Mhm.
It was
Yeah.
alcohol for so long, but now
Yep.
it's just a different phase. And I think that this ancient cult of the medics have been doing the same move forever, but they just change up the packaging. One day it's from your religious leaders, your priests. Maybe it's the swinging incense holder at the for the congregation during mass. And then another century, it's the nice man in the white lab coat you made an appointment to see.
Yes. You're nailing it, Chance.
And they all think they're doing it for the greater good. To be clear, for the record, most like low level
Right.
religious leader, priests, pastors, they all think what they're doing is the right thing to be doing.
Mhm.
Just like most of the doctors have convinced themselves what they're doing is the right thing to be doing. Although it seems hard to wrap my head around that cognitive dissonance in today's day.
So the word clear
Mm.
is street code for meth. And apparently in Hollywood, the code is the shine. And so there's something a little bit interesting about those correspondences. And we're talking about like your chrysalis. The placenta is the chrysalis. And I just want to point out, Pervitin has a VAT in the middle of it. And that is a TAV, that's a TAV. I believe that has much to do with baptisms, initiations, even the Vatican, VAT, Vatican, has that TAV in reverse. So I just want to put all that on the record that we are talking about being initiated, cracking open your aura, and probably inserting an entity like your all caps straw man name.
I think there's a worm that crawls into your mind, and the word is the worm is the thing that's in your mind. The word is IS in your mind. Can you imagine speaking the English language and never utter the word is? Don't use the word is. English prime is what that language would be called. And people have experimented with this. So it helps to think about using other words and getting around this isness word, this isness business, where you say that McDonald's is better than Burger King. You might say, to me, McDonald's is what, oh, I see, I failed it. So let's try that again. In my mind,
It'd have to be
prefer
verbial, right? You'd have to explain
McDonald's.
it in a verb
Burger
sense. The nouns would be kind of moot, or the adjectives. You'd have to just describe it as an action, whatever
Right.
it is, a process instead of a static label.
I wonder how that helps too with describing symbology. We will
Wow.
say that this is that, to equivalate something, to say this symbol is this meaning. So if we were to say this goat head in this setting, in this context, in this framework, in this dogma, means this, and this is the explanation. So in our shorthand texting, we will say this, and then we'll use equals and associate the equal sign, the two lines,
Oh, yeah.
with is.
Yeah.
And I think we lose people in our shorthand. I know we lose people in our shorthand in chat, where we're like, this equals that, or this is that. And then we don't further explain and elaborate
Oh,
what that
interesting.
means to me in this context, or in the context of this author's book, the author explains the concept in this way.
Yeah.
So
Is
I
that
just
true?
want to let that
Good
worm
point.
wiggle into your mind, and then maybe we
Uh-huh.
pull out the business out of the minds of men, and then we try to begin to speak without defaulting to this is that.
Reminds me
maybe-
of the knights who say knee, and they have a forbidden word, but
maybe we
it
should.
it is it. That is their word. They cannot say, and the itness is a lot like the isness.
Mm.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Because we
Um,
say it is what it is.
Do you think, I wonder how many languages actually practice that, like already naturally do that, you know, and when they get translated into English, that's the understanding. Because I know some languages like Gaelic, it's like when you describe a feeling, it's like that is on you. It's something that's overwhelming you. It's not like it's it. Like listen, all the it and is like it is
go together like
Yeah.
peanut butter and jelly. It's
Yeah, it is. It something that dwells. It's heavy on you, and so I wonder, you know, how other languages really work. You know, I don't speak very many other languages, but I would be curious for people who do. You know, I'd love to hear from them and say, you know, is something part of your vocabulary? Is that how you describe things? Is that word, you know, the concept is probably there, but how would you describe it without the word is? It's probably very different, I would assume, or guess.
That reminds me of have you read or seen Isaac Asimov's Light Years? There was a cartoon animated version of it that he did, and it was kind of the races have kind of, or classes had kind of splintered off into completely different cultures, where there were these underground people, which they called mutants, and these above ground elite type people. And they didn't have this, the mutants didn't have this concept of time, and so their pronouns or their descriptions, like is and it was and is and will be, and those kind of things were all interchangeable in their language, was a really interesting idea to me, because those in their culture, those were the shamans, or the weirdos, and the mutants, but they were like psychic, you know, and they would know like things before they happened, or they were the prophets, and understanding how the social elite worked, and they chose not to be part of them because of how the way that it worked. So, really interesting story.
Yeah, I would want to watch that. I have some Isaac
the penis
Asimov
is
books,
evil. The gun is good.
Yeah.
The
The penis
extremism,
is evil.
the lack of nuance. This is
equals
this, and that is all there is to say about it.
So is ma'at math? Yeah,
Is
ISIS
common core
isness.
math. Common
Math.
core math.
is the truth. Ma'at. Isn't she the goddess of truth?
The science is settled. To me, it appears as if all the sciences have been decided and they are settled, and there's no more discussion. Oops, theirs is a contraction of there is. So
Is hiding
take the rubber
in all
band
kinds of
and
contractions.
slap your wrist. Oops, I said is. Oops. Like, how do you break out of that habit of is
Whoa.
in your language? So maybe that is the S of the serpent tongue, the S in the swords of the words, the S, the is,
the slithering sound.
Another thing
hiss.
about the sound of is there is no vocal box used. It's not a living sound. There's no ah or e or b. Like it's just just the lips. There's nothing coming from. You can do it with no breath.
In contraction, when it's a contraction.
Just the S sound.
Yeah.
The hiss of the snake. It's a different sound phonetically than other consonants, in my opinion.
Yeah. So I've often equated the S with possession. And that's kind of funny because possession has 4 S's. And when you put it at the end of a name with an apostrophe, it belongs to. It means this belongs to. And this is really profound. We're really getting into something. Like
we'd have to also throw out are and was, right? And were. Be aware of were.
Only speak in present tense.
I just mean that those words are chronological conjugations of is, but they are deceptive because they do not resemble is, but are is.
Damn. So theoretically, this is crazy. We're talking about this. Theoretically, if in nature there is no such thing as equal, all things are unique. Every leaf is different than the next leaf. You know, every word I speak is just a little bit different than the last time I said the same word, even though it's coming out of me, the same source. So all of these things would be like an abomination to nature. You know, there's no such thing as completely, truly, honestly equal fundamentally. And so you're right. All these words we're highlighting here are lies.
Well, yeah, they're conceptions.
Yeah. This is fun.
Now, to take another circle back around to the beginning, paddle back around to when I was listening to Cliff High talk about the Vikings on the Yule Tide. Another thing used for the time period right now was the healers of that culture, the medics, the priest would give out the psychedelic mushrooms in the form of a beer that the purpose was to help people absolve themselves of their sins being different than crimes because sins are ways that you've harmed yourself or sullied your own spirit, or this is their concept. Here I am using is, and I'm not going to pay attention to is and are while I explain this. I'm just going to explain it, but it's still interesting. And anyway, one of the major crimes that was like had an entire mythology around it was the stealing of names, claiming some status or title that was not true or earned, or lying in general was considered as a stealing the name. So what you're talking about right now, we're talking about in an ancestral sense is, or this idea has history of consideration by how damaging it could be. Instead of is, you could say could be to our soul or spirit.
Yes, this proves, oh my goodness, the difficulty of realizing what we're saying and intentionally speaking these words. Because if we think to ourselves, how do I convey this concept without using the word is? Then you have to consider how to speak and be considerate of how you're speaking. And the more we speak, we begin to go kind of on autopilot. We get excited. Maybe we've had a cup of coffee and we're buzzing, and we just start spitballing and we're just talking and it's verbal diarrhea. And all these words are coming out. And I wonder how often the word is comes out of our mouth when we're not intentionally speaking.
Is that the possession of a program? Is a possession? Because of the, or is it flow state? Is flow state okay?
Flow
It would
states in
be.
the, it either it is and it isn't at the same time.
Is
No.
is really always wrong if the is expansive, right? If the communication and the identification is with multiple potentials and not this
Mhm.
equals that only.
Mhm.
I love this about polarity and duality because we're going like,
I
no,
know,
let's
right?
like totally erase it. And now we're going on the extreme side of the pendulum, like, oh, but what if? Like, it's so great. It's so great.
Is this the part of the? Oh, I said it again.
It-
Last night, Mystic Knights of the Midnight Movies met to watch Fight Club, and then to create a balance, we watched The Ladies Club.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Ladies Club is okay. The
So you
idea
didn't
of
watch
that-
the Alien Private Investigator?
Oh,
we did. That was the middle path, right? Because the alien is so charismatic, he can walk into a disco club, look at any female, and his alien ears are just pricked up, and he's listening, and he's finding, and there she is. That's the one. She goes home with him every time. He's just incredible. Earth women love alien men. I don't know what that's about. Jim was reading stories about that.
Dude,
I don't know what it's about.
That's how you get Nephilim, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. It's exactly
I'm
how you get
telling
those.
you.
So the
And-
idea of Fight Club are these men who begin to beat up on each other. And then, well, what is like the inverse, the opposite, the flip it, reverse it of a fight club where it's all men? Well, you have all these women who are not fighting each other, but they gather together because their common concern is men who are abusive in the worst possible way. So these men are not going through the criminal justice system in a way that is putting them behind bars for life, and they escape, they get out, they walk freely, and they continue to prey on victims. They are not functioning members of our civilization in a positive, uplifting, beneficial way. So these women gather together in this movie based on a book. It's the Ladies Club, and their whole idea is that they're going to find these men. They're going to stalk these men. So instead of meeting in a basement together, they're going to go out of their kitchens and out of their homes and follow these men, and then get these men alone with them so that they can give them Rohypnol or something to make them pass out. And the movie says they have like 5 minutes. I don't know what the science is. They drink some alcohol, think they're gonna have a good time, pass out, wake up on an operating table in a dining room with rubber bands placed around them tightly. So the solution to that problem is castration again. So I don't know if that's the opposite of Fight Club or the inverse of Fight Club, but that was another movie we watched, which was very difficult to watch because it's not fun to watch those sequences of a man possessing a woman like she's his object to own and to do with what he will.
I don't know where that gets us in the conversation, but that's a movie we watched and it was wild.
It was. And I think
You're
part
so
of
good at
what
this, Alan. That's great.
part of the cool thing about it being similar to Fight Club was this idea of taking I don't want to say justice into your own hands, but kind of this sense of this, in Fight Club, it was a little warped, but it was guerrilla warfare. We're going to blow up these credit card companies and that's going to benefit everybody. So it's this, that's how these men are choosing to do this. And so for the women, it was a lot more personal and a lot more grassroots on fixing society.
Different methods of fixing society for these women in this movie based off of that book. Their whole idea was the problem with society is the trauma brought about us by men who perpetrate their desires in unseemly ways against us. So we're going to go out and vigilante justice castration on the dining room table of a doctor's thing. And they didn't have it in their mind to kill these men. They had it in their mind to remove the sexual ability in these men.
Alan, are you going to watch I Spit on Your Grave next weekend?
We're always open to movie suggestions.
That's a great
of the midnight
castration
movie.
Well, the castration and the club. Are we going to make that link? Should I? Anyone else want to make that link?
Are you thinking Two-Ball Cane is the logo for Facebook? Oh, does Facebook even exist anymore? It was that blue F, like.
Yeah.
It was.
Yes. Did I see something change on my phone app?
Yeah. Now it's the
what was that?
I'm
Facebook company.
glad I don't have the phone app.
Is META, it's Meta, right?
Feels
Is
bad.
there still thefacebook.com, a social network that you join with a college email address?
I thought it was called LifeLog. Or that was the previous iteration.
Are you guys having that glitch on YouTube where maybe it's just happening on my mobile, but like a sliver of the screen is trying to be a Meta commercial during whatever I'm playing? It's super creepy. I don't know if you guys are seeing that.
No, not yet.
Not right now.
Okay, it's probably just me. All right.
No, there's okay. So the possibility is that there's a screen overlay because you're running Instagram or YouTube or something, and somehow that program on your smart device, your phone, your tablet, has a screen overlay ability. So as you're scrolling, they can just flash something on your screen, and to you, you'll be scrolling, and it's like, oh, it looks like a glitch, and you won't be concerned about it because you're looking.
It's in the video.
Past the overlay.
It's in a video that's playing. It's already past the ads. It's actually playing the video that I want to play, and like a portion of the screen is doing that. Yeah,
Okay.
It's pretty weird.
So it's not like in Fight Club where Tyler Durden is in the projection room snipping.
It is like that.
The cinema.
Yeah, it
cells
sounds
of
like
the film, adding one frame in where it's an obscene image to a movie.
They're putting their Meta advertisement.
They're like
Meta
hiding it in the video that I want.
It's in the liminal space.
Creepy. Yeah.
That's where we got
They're
to
putting
keep
their
looking,
ad in the
man.
liminal space where
The internet
That's where
is
the
compromised.
illusions. That's
The
where the
intermediary
illusions fall
space.
apart. Is the liminal spaces when we start looking in the liminal spaces.
Oh, Crazy Fox.
Where-
Yeah, that's what I have. I have a TerraCube. I wonder if you're doing that too.
TerraCube.
A
What is
TerraCube.
that?
It's like a crowdfunded phone. It runs on Android. But
TerraCube.
I was trying to find something
Is
that
it actually a
wasn't-
cube?
Kind of. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, it just looks like your,
just looks
generic
like a
Black Mirror
phone.
scrying device.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I wonder if that's what it is. It keeps trying to upload a join app. I don't know what that's supposed to be for. But
Join us.
I know. I'm like, I don't want to.
Well,
No.
the ancient cults that I keep harping on. There is a history of castrating, and you're talking about this ladies' club. The club is the fire sign in the deck of cards. Apparently, I've never seen this myself, but the mythos is that a castrated individual will have a scar, a club-shaped scar.
Yep.
Club as in the three
Like the
clover. Yes, clover.
Mhm.
Cloven.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Which is the sign for fire.
Is that similar to the symbol for a pawn shop?
What is that? What's a symbol for a pawn shop?
3 circles, I think.
I've never thought about that. There's a universal symbol for pawn shop. Googling now, or DuckDuckGoing.
Oh, I think I see what you're saying. I'm only seeing one though.
It's like 3
Apparently,
balls.
Yeah.
yeah. Apparently, the pawnbroker symbol is 3 spheres suspended from a bar. The 3. Wow. Okay. Let's just pull that up there. The
3 of Pentacles.
The 3 sphere symbol may
What?
be indirectly attributed to the Medici family. Medici, Medic, Florence, Italy. Yeah.
What?
So, did you know that, Jim? Did you already know that was a Medici
you knew
symbol?
Apparently, I did.
How about that?
Wow.
Back to the medics and their merchants, merchants of life and death.
It's
God,
Actually,
it's
just
castration.
life.
This thing, man.
Nice one.
Great.
Interesting.
Yeah, for a second, this is whatever's happening.
Gabriel, you're choppy.
Uh-oh.
It's also
Lost
the
game.
Mickey Mouse ears and head. You know,
Yeah.
like when you're a kid and you go to Disneyland, you get that black hat.
Oh, yeah.
Ears.
You know, Cheney
Same.
had a big thing about the Mickey Mouse ears, and I can't remember what it
Oh,
what it
the
was.
white
It was a good
glove.
rant,
What
There's the
about
white
the
gloves,
white
yeah.
glove?
though. What was
Did
it, Jim?
Find that image, Alan, of Dr. Mengele's white gloves.
I've shared so
Oh,
many
yeah.
images and telegrams.
Yeah, the white glove is the touchless death. We talk about this a lot, but I feel like we
Yeah.
need to sometimes recover the ground when we uncover the symbol again.
Mac the knife. The hidden hand, keeping your
Yeah.
hands clean.
Is
Yeah.
that from Twyman's book, The Secret of Minnie's Moose?
Minnie's moose.
Mouse. Hmm. A
Indeed.
lot of the
Damn.
research is unraveled in that particular book. And the ideas are very interesting to us as spiders as we unweave and untangle the ball of yarn. Did someone share the universal symbol of a pawn shop on the screen yet?
I did. I put that on screen.
Okay.
That was new
While
to
I
me.
have it
I
open,
probably driven by them thousands of times in my life, and it never clicked that there's a universal symbol for the place where you pawn.
the pawnbroker.
And think of what
Pawn
the
broke.
pawn is sacrificial.
The pawn is broke. Pawnbroker.
Oh my gosh. The sacrificial phallus. That's amazing. It's even the smallest piece. It's the shortest piece. So it's like a flaccid sacrificial piece.
What, a broker?
Yeah,
No,
they
a
got your
pawn.
nuts.
Oh,
You gotta
pawn. All
On
right.
your tools to buy bread. They've got you by the nuts.
Mm. Mm.
Wow, guys. That
Right,
is-
because in the day when this Medici clan would have been pawning with the pawns, It's not like they're there to, I can't make rent today. I got to sell my big screen TV. It's like, I've got the stuff I use to work and live, and that's it. So what are you pawning? You're pawning and you're giving them the last things that you own just to keep bread on the table back then.
Your
I imagine.
tools of the trade.
Because it's not like,
I go to pawn shops and I see tools.
Yeah.
You get rifles, shotguns, of course, but a lot of it is drills, construction tools. Those hold value.
Instruments.
And if that's what you have as a craftsman, you pawn your craftsman tools because those are of value, because the tools you own allow you to create value because you're working with the construction set tools, the saw, the drill.
Wow. Okay, you're putting them in hock. You're hocking them.
Yep.
And some other man is going to use your tools. He's cucking. He's cucking.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Well, it's pawning is just a system. The whole pawn system is a system of debt.
Yeah.
Yeah, or renting you your tools,
Yeah,
possibly.
renting your stuff back to you.
Renting is the same as broking.
Right.
Breaking, rent asunder, broken in two.
Mm-hmm.
Divide and conquer.
Ooh-wee. Wow. Good sync, Jim. Great find on the pawn shop. Man.
Well, we're on the language of whatever this language is. They were talking on the No Agenda show about the language of boosters. So if your cooties needs to be remedied by a booster, what does the word boost mean? When you are boosted, you have something stolen from you. Boosted, busted, something is stolen from you. You boost a car, you steal a car, you boost a patient with a poke.
Or maybe basted.
What are you taking from them?
Basted. Beat with a stick, moistened with fat or other matter. Basted.
That whole medical
boosted.
mafia talk it's gangster talk.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna get shot.
Sure is.
You're gonna get shot. You're gonna
Capped.
get a boost. You're gonna
Caput.
Caput. Yep.
Al Capone, El Chapo. These are all sacrificial goats. They were first enemy number one. They were both enemy number one. That's first.
Do I need to boost my audio? I mean, do I need to increase
a touch
my gain? There are ways to say things. And if it wasn't such a medical mafia, if they were healers, wouldn't they use language of healing and not language of coercion and gangster tactics and threatening?
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're dark magicians. That's why we talk about them that way.
Yeah.
That's exactly why.
One of my little videos I put out this week was about that left brain, right brain split. And I believe that it's the right brain, the artistic, feeling, emotional, what is called in the occult and psychology, the feminine aspect. That's the side that is picking up on all these meanings. That's the side of most people's brains. I'm not saying, but for most people, that side of their brain is getting all this messaging, all this nefarious intention. And it goes right past the left brain. The masculine doesn't even see it. The masculine is an overreach, constantly overconfident. But that internal, that other half of the brain is getting all these messages and is hearing all the threats of these words. And I think that's a lot of what the yarn that we're putting in our nose and pulling out our mouth to make the linear logical sense of these messages we're being fed.
Mm-hmm. It's like stitching the two sides together.
Yeah.
And there are different kinds of stitches too. Some things
Nice.
that, you know, because the way that you train your brain, you can have temporary programs running. You can have things that are more long lasting. You can have
Mhm.
things that will come right out. So
Yeah.
that's a good way to look at it.
Sticks and stones may break my bones,
But
Good
words
word.
can
but
sometimes hurt me.
words will never hurt me.
Right.
I'm rubber.
I can
you're
take the
glue.
criticism. Tell me, guys,
Uh-huh.
what do you really think of my art?
You want a critique?
I love it.
Critiques are fun.
I think
I just see Alan with the scheme to try to make something that will get somebody to say they don't like it.
I know.
No one will ever say that they don't like it.
Exactly.
I dare you. I
He's-
dare you.
I knew it. It's a trap. Don't do it. He's got you
It's
suckered. He's gonna
wheels within
suck you
wheels
in.
with this
He's gonna
guy.
come in and he's like, oh, no, do you really? And he's gonna sucker you in and he's gonna talk until it makes sense again. And then you're like, and then you put him to sleep, poor Paul.
Bless his heart. I hope he comes
Thank
back
you
someday.
for joining, dude.
I
don't even
imagine
know
he's still
who
in
you
the
are,
chair. If he's
but
still in the
like,
Zoom call,
thanks
he's
for
probably still
jumping
in the chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It
sent him
was
an
fun.
option to turn his camera back on, so it's up to him. So he could be there, sleeping still.
On him.
Hey,
I
Alan,
think it's great.
Peak.
Alan, do you want to dig into Pearl Harbor? That was a juicy
Yeah.
burger.
Yeah,
That was
that's a hard left turn or a right turn. It's a 45-degree angle from where we were driving our vehicles of consciousness. But I think we can make that transition.
Yeah.
And transitions through intermissions, we had a green light. There was no stopping. We have taken no intermissions at all.
I've been wanting one. I want a snack and a drink.
You guys for
I'm
sticking
down.
with us.
It's too good though to get up. Crazy Fox says you guys do all nights like you're on meth.
When needed.
Yeah, and we're high on
That's hilarious. Seriously, this is
high on the logos.
these nights are getting longer for me. Man, the older I get and the cleaner, the better I'm living. Like I wake up earlier now. I'm like, oh my God, like an old person. Ugh,
I know.
gross.
Coming close to the limit
Ugh.
right now. Flow state is organic meth, Snake Jones says.
Yeah, it's
I on
Snake Jones.
placenta.
Come on, buddy. Get on here.
Jim.
We want
So
to hear about your chickens, man.
apparently on the idea
Whatever
of
critter you have.
the gang, talking about the gang language,
Mhm.
been looking around. So there's a couple of things that are interesting. First of all, apparently an archaic meaning of gang
Splitting.
is a metallic vein, a streak in a mine, a shine, a flash that you see in the ore of the
Shine.
gold or the silver, the shine.
Gotcha.
Yes. And then obviously a number going in a company, a group of people, right? A gang of thieves. But in seaman's language, a gang is a select number of a ship's crew appointed on a particular service under a suitable officer. So we have in the word gang, in the older sense of the word, we have both ore and mining, the mind, and ship terminology, vessels again, seamen. Yeah.
I think of
We're just
I think
keep
of-
coming back to this idea of the sailors. The
Yes.
sailors, the medics, the merchants, all the gang, the government, it's all one thing.
So I think of the Ganges River was a very sacred river, even though it's filthy, in India, that people would actually take pilgrimages from far distances to get there. In African medicine, Nganga is kind of like a shaman, or you could think of it as a kind of like a vicar, you know, a designated receptacle for wisdom. And then Genghis Khan comes to mind too, the conqueror.
Gang.
Mm-hmm.
I want to just read the full definition 3 from Webster's 1828. Gang. In mining, literally a course or vein, a vein, but appropriately the earthy, stony, saline, or combustible substance which contains the ore of metals, or is only mingled with it without being chemically combined. This is called the gangue or matrix of the ore. It differs from a mineralizer in not being combined with the metal. So right there in the word gang, we're linking to matrix, to veins, to ships, and to companies. It's really wild. That word, I've never just looked at the older definitions of it before, man, but this is definitely gang warfare. It's wild.
And the basal ganglia is the center of your brain. Controls movement, perception, and judgment. There's a center.
Matrix.
Oh, hey, is that the part that has to be interrupted to have the God particle thing happen?
I think
it
so.
is, isn't it?
Yes.
And you know, I've been thinking this. It keeps coming back over and over again that they're trying to separate us from our souls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Put us in a liminal space so we become easily
an easy target.
possessed. Yes.
Easy target,
yes.
man. They are in a fight
feel
for
like
your
only
souls.
The trick is, no matter what happens, is that all they can really do is run interference.
Yeah.
Because
exactly.
Because the truth,
delay.
Yeah, because the truth is that you're constantly in cosmic union.
Yeah.
There is no separation except for in the mind. So could they succeed? Only like a shallow yes, because it would only be a fog that you or a person would not be able to break through on their own.
Their success is only you doing their work for them, which is slavery. You do the work for them.
Yeah.
But it's mental slavery, and it starts in the mindset of the person. Yeah, what you're saying. Yeah. Super accurate.
Oh, cool.
Well, I think it's important too, because there's a lot of people, you know, I do see people who are concerned about that interference and your health, and that's very real, and that should be validated. And I want to be sensitive to that, but I also want to be very real and encouraging that there is no such thing as separation, you know, to not be fearful about it and to take a better, more healthy approach to that type of thing.
Yeah, that's a huge thing. I don't know. This is why this is really interesting to me. Like people who have come to spiritual understandings, greater spiritual understandings through like psychedelics, because you always hear about the shrooms and the oneness, you know, and like, because I got that from being really, really sick and then forcing, you know, doing the whole, you know, reset, kind of gave me that whole oneness reset too, you know, like resetting your body, detoxing, and kind of forcing yourself to like make a legitimate change in your life. Like I think it resets those capabilities of that, you know.
Yeah.
So the Hierophant or the priestess role is to guide in that process rather than interfere with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
And no separation is the key. Separation's in the mind. That's why you could hit me up for sound healing and you could be in another country and we could still make an effect that it changes the electricity of your aura, your biofield.
Do it, people. It works. It
I'll
works.
take a walk with you. We can go for a hike.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
even
dude.
easier.
Do that too, man. Have you guys seen my desert walks videos?
Those are great.
Do you want me to keep
Yes.
doing more of those? Because
Yeah,
I'm
If
thinking
you want to.
I want to. I have to edit myself a lot.
Your desert walk is straight out of Compton.
So yeah, I'm so gangsta.
Oh my gosh.
Is that what you're alluding to? Or was that the sync?
It was the
Um,
explicit lyrics logo that they applied to record albums that
Mhm.
included explicit lyrics. And from that, I put together a Weavingspiders welcome logo from this idea based off of the original.
And for
Is
that,
that
I
why you
got
dropped
to
an
hear
F-bomb tonight, Alan?
say fuck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking.
I did it out of order. I was supposed to warn you about explicit lyrics at the beginning of the show.
Oops. Better to ask for forgiveness, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Than permission.
But
That's
I think
great.
Gordy could, if you wanted to, act in that Hierophant role that Taurus can play so well too, as a guide to person connecting and communicating with themselves properly, even remotely. Like, I know that you send people the juice
Mhm.
from a distance all the time.
Yeah, I've been playing with like kind of a protocol, really, that for myself of how it, and experimenting with people here and there, but it actually seems to work, and it's like I've taken a mix of all sorts of different things, but because of that, it puts you in that flow state where you and that person can heal themselves, and you're just basically a guide to letting it happen. And I think it works. Like, and I think I'll be able to hopefully show people how to do this, because anybody can do this. I am convinced this is not new ground. Like Edgar Casey was doing this kind of thing, and it's about getting to that flow.
Mhm.
And he said he could train people, that other people could do it as well. So, and I'm pretty sure that this is kind of, it's not the same thing, but they do these kinds of things through the Monroe Institute, I'd heard, but I don't, and this, I hadn't looked into them for years, but I think, it's kind of the same thing.
And to your point, Rachel, of at some point you must be recovered and not being recovery, I agree with that. And a caveat I would add is that although you may reach the state where you no longer believe you're broken, which I think is crucial, there's always the maintaining of balance. And so sometimes what we would refer to as healing, or something that Gordy could do for another person, maybe not so much as repairing something broken, but just nurturing and energizing and helping maintain or restore something into balance. Like, because even at the point of knowing your wholeness, you can still fall off your flow state. You can still get low voltage. And there's a lot of ways. Walking in the forest, like you said, is one of the best ways to get your electricity right, period. I recommend barefoot or use a wizard staff so that you're making electrical contact with the ground, or just a walking stick can be your wizard staff. Use your imagination.
Well, I think part of what I want to get at with that is more of being not just in flow, but in a cycle that moves forward in time. Like I had a picture of some Escher steps, and it's like this staircase in like a perfect square, and it just goes into one circle, and it doesn't actually go up. And that's how I'm seeing some of those terms. It's like you can say that you're a survivor, and yeah, I was a survivor, but at some point you have to let go of that identity part of it. And is there a part of you that's going to go through something to survive again? Sure, because that's part of the cycle. That's part of life cycles. So to keep into this idea of I'm in recovery or going through recovery, yeah, you are. But at some point you've got to see yourself as being recovered. You know, what have you recovered? Come to an ending point so that you can take that next step up into the cycle. Otherwise it just goes into, where does it even go? You just go into circles of madness and not forward in time.
And that's the danger of AA. The groups that help you, like AA or church or whatever that thing is, that kind of
AA is 1-1, and that's an equal sign tilted 90 degrees. So they're telling you what you is or are every day you go to AA. Not that it hasn't helped people out of a hole, but like there is that identity trap to it big time.
Right.
AA equal sign.
Or
11.
any controlling culture. Any kind of controlling culture will do this. Like we'll save, and then they're all run by narcissists, because they'll save this person, and then you become their what do you call it? What's the counselor relationship where they do them in Paris? What's it called?
Where they do them
you become their BITCH.
I'm sorry. Come on, Alan, you could say bitch.
Is the W easier? You can say which.
That's great.
He's got a hitch around the word. He's hung up on it.
I don't care for it. I don't care for which though. So to be fair.
Don't you? Like, what does that mean to you? Why don't you?
It's always a question of which witch are we talking about?
I think about
any
that too.
I mean, the evil witch or the nice witch? Which witch from the Wizard of Oz is
it's also probably like an audio aesthetic. I don't care for the sound of it. So people are like, oh yeah, I'm a witch. And like, it just sounds like infantile to me. And no offense to anyone who identifies that way. If that's what you need to feel connected to whatever that part of you is, that's fine, own it. But I like to own things as long as I need to heal it and then let it go. So I probably identified as one for an incredibly brief period of time. It's nothing I would ever call myself.
My favorite Christian band is Audio Adrenaline. They have a song, Underdog. Listen to it every morning. Every morning I would listen to that album, Underdog. I'd set my alarm clock to it. I'd wake up and then it would be Audio Adrenaline, and I'd hear the Underdog song and I'd be like, I can conquer anything today. Not that you asked or anything. I'm just putting
it's so someone can win bingo.
Hey, I did the same thing.
He's
with
giving
MXPX.
somebody underhanded. An underdog is being given an underhanded advantage to win bingo.
I'm not buying it. It's got to be clean, Alan.
Play clean. Somebody out there had my favorite Christian band as a bingo square. Probably like several people.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Just waiting 10 more seconds. We'll see the bingo. We're a little ahead of the YouTube.
Yeah, doesn't anyone have a bingo by now?
We got FRC in the chat.
Speaking of, Jim says mushrooms help cure addictions. That's the truth. And that connects back to the original Hierophant that we're talking AA. I didn't realize that that's kind of people are addicted to their identity as a sinner. And that's what gets healed by the real psychedelic experience, the letting go of the identity of broken or tainted, whatever the case may be.
The shame.
Really guilt more than, I don't know, maybe guilt is the word that I feel better about. Because perhaps you can feel shame in a positive sense. There's a reason for it. It's in the moment. Whereas guilt is like you carry it with you. The guillotine off with your head. It's in the mind.
Caput.
I like what Trev says in the comments. Why are we all healing and from what? And I like that question because I think a lot of people who are in the spiritual circles get really hung up on healing. And sometimes you're fine. Sometimes you don't. Not everybody needs this intense, crazy collective healing that gets poured out. I'm like, that's kind of what I ran to in with Christianity. It's like you have to believe that you are a sinner first if you're going to be saved. You know, so if you're healing, that must mean something's broken. And if something's broken, you have to believe that something is broken about you. And there's so much in our society that says you're broken. You know, if you don't follow X, Y, and Z, you must be broken. So it's like, that's a great point. You know, not everybody needs to do all this crazy healing. Some people do and some people don't. And that's okay. And that's part of the experience too, that we're all so unique and we're all on different paths. And it's good to recognize that. It's so good to be like, I don't need all this healing. Good. Then rock it. You have no excuse to, you know, not be a badass.
I think the real use of healing is the detox, that even when we're feeling better than ever, there's always more to go. We can always further purify the body temple. But that doesn't mean that from the state we're at right now, just because there's some dust and debris on the temple floor, that the temple is non-functional. We're always housing the divine spark, regardless. If we have a pulse, then it's in there, right? But thinking about healing, another aspect of what should be looked at as healable would be the addictions, which is an addiction, an added story, an identity about yourself that isn't true. And I was thinking about the heal and how the addiction is chasing a dragon of the past, if you will, and Archangel Michael crushing the head of the serpent under his heel. Healing, invoking that higher spiritual fire to, because I think that in my past, like I remember one time, like, I don't know, 4 years ago, I had a vape, and one day I was finally sick of doing the vaping thing, and I wasn't a prayer back then. I didn't really have any like particular affiliation with any divine character, but this one day I just like yelled out to Jehovah basically and was like, this is done. And I took like, and I was filled with this almost divine rage from invoking this idea of Jehovah in context to this addiction I had to the vape thing. And while I was in this like fury state, I smashed the shit out of it with a hammer. And then there was no more question of if I was going to do it anymore, because it'd be really expensive and a hassle to get a new one. And that was it. I never got another one. So anyway, I think that it's possible to invoke and the idea of a powerful story to set your story right again if it's gone into a false narrative, false reality, and addiction. And so that's what healing comes in handy. Like even working with a healer can be part of creating that story for yourself of, helping yourself.
That
Help
ritual
and
you
health have
did
the same prefix.
Of smashing, the ritual you did of smashing, of like breaking that contract is really important too. I didn't understand that in my early recovery days. That setting that it's not even an intention. You have to go out and do something, whatever that thing is. For me, I had to walk out into the desert and scream, "You can't fucking have me," into the desert like a crazy person. And probably was maybe at the time. I'm not sure. There's a little conjecture.
Divine madness.
yeah, maybe. Well,
there's probably an audio adrenaline song about that.
It was divine.
Probably.
It was divine fury, but it was a breaking of a contract. You know, and I realized how like that was a really important thing that I had to do, like as a step to like set it in concrete. Like you have to put it out there sometimes as just, even if it's just a pebble, like Alan's stuff, you know, sometimes you just gotta, you know, stick them out here and there. It's like talking to your family at fucking Thanksgiving, you know. Okay, maybe the son-in-law will wants to get into a debate about climate change. I'm like, fuck, come on. All right, you know what? We don't have to agree, but I love you anyway. You know, I love you anyway. So you do that. If that's the minimum you can do, we just put it back out into the ether. Hopefully it comes back, and like some like illusion somewhere will get eroded, like a little tiny thing, and something becomes real, and he's like, oh my God. You know, I just hope for that. I hope for these people. I hope for that the illusions will be, you know, people just fucking look at the liminal spaces, people.
Maybe instead, as soon as the conversation isn't going your way anymore, just start singing at them.
Right? Yeah.
That gets me stoked. It's all about the energy.
Just doing like a jig, like get a monkey, an organ grinder, and a monkey, and like just confuse them with performance art. That'd be fun. Oh yeah.
This gives us topic ideas.
The liminal spaces between the bingo squares.
Segue into a new topic. That's so easy. That's on the bottom right there.
Yeah, this is my bingo board.
Baldy in the house. I was just wondering if we were gonna see you. There he is.
What?
Ben, what's good, brother?
Ben.
Awesome.
Welcome to the Weave,
buddy. You and I have talked for years, and I have never talked to you on one of these things. It's good to meet you, sir.
Yeah, I recognize you.
You guys Facebook friends? Facebook?
Well, we're like in the Lindsay circles. Like those kind of circles always kind of come around to between Snake Jones and Ben and Lindsay. Like we just kind of, you know, it was in Eyes Open in Lindsay's first group and Higher Side Chats.
Yeah, that was a grip ago.
Right?
Oh, wow.
How long ago? It was like 3-4 years?
4? Yeah.
Shout out Christy Balderson.
Hey.
Hey.
Probably looking at me.
Ben, did you hear us getting into the gangs, the words of the gang means? Because that was really something.
I heard bits of it, but the machinery was running out in the lab.
Gotcha.
Wicked loud.
Well, we were talking about how the medical cult of the medics, is a gang. And then I found out that the word gang also can refer to the flash of metal that's in ore. And yeah, we got into some other meanings of the word gang. It also has to do with ships, but interesting stuff. The docked ore, the gang of docked ores.
Like a murder of crows.
Like a murder of crows, yeah. So yeah, doctors should be called a gang, I guess, for sure. That's their plural.
Huh.
Yeah, that was just one of my favorite highlights of the weave tonight, was that realization.
That's interesting.
And the things you learn when you go to Webster's 1828 dictionary. About getting the words right.
You know, I was thinking earlier about your righteous indignation that we're talking about, injustice. And like, Chance, did you say you smashed your vape with a hammer?
Like fucking Thor.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, the calcaneus bone of the heel of your foot is a hammer.
Alias Maleficarum.
And there's the heel. There's the healing hammer.
So we have the perfect guy to answer this question with us tonight.
Yes.
Benjamin Balderson, what is the importance of ritual? How important is the ritual of a thing important?
When you're talking about, are we talking about like in magic?
We're talking about,
Like in reference?
I mean, personally at
Are
this
we
point, I'm thinking almost everything, but like everything is ritual. But yeah, I mean,
Well,
I think that's one of the things that join us. A lot of us in this community is we're seeing through the, not just we're seeing through the illusions, but we play with magic too. A lot of us.
Are these
And-
conversations a ritual?
Yeah, absolutely it is. It is for me. It's therapy for me. But
So when you look at ritual, like the different rituals that are done, like for heathens, we have bloats and we have different rituals and whatnot. The idea there is that you got the rituals are done on a specific time of year, a specific time of day, usually at night. All that's set by the stars. There's a very specific energy going on in the sky at that point. And then most of us also, then you're going to choose your ritual point, and your ritual points are going to be according to the ley lines or the crystal grid. So you've got your power up above and your power down below. And the thing with the ritual then that you're enacting is that you don't really speak the language that either of those sides speak. They don't really speak the English, the words, the way we do things. So as you're trying to make these two forces come together, you're acting as the Mercury when you're performing the ritual. You're trying to get the idea to these forces. You're trying to go through this motion that puts things in motion and gets the forces that don't speak the same language as you to start operating together.
that's the liminal spaces too, right? You're trying to get to that liminal space where they can operate like that, right?
Right. Exactly. Which is part of why you're going in and like a lot of times like the shaman will put on he'll have the horns that are going up and reaching up to the stars, and then they'll paint themselves so that way they fit more into these beings that they're trying to communicate. Because when you look at it, and scientifically, I like looking at it as a battery. When you're looking at like the battery, the way a galvanic battery works, where the anode is going to be a more degradatory piece than the cathode. And in the anode in and of itself, that's going to break down, and that's going to be what powers the cathode then. So when the anode breaks down, that particle's actually breaking apart. And it was, say, a silver anode and a gold cathode. It was a piece of silver. And that piece of silver, we recognize. We can hold it, we can touch it, we can taste it, smell it, whatever. That's sensible to us. As soon as that breaks apart into an electron and an ion, now we don't recognize that as a thing anymore. We don't recognize the electron as a piece of silver. We don't recognize the ion as a piece of silver, and we can't see, touch, or deal with any of them. When they come back together on the other side, now again, it's something that we can touch, see, and deal with. So when you're talking about the person that the shaman, he's talking to these things that we can't necessarily see and don't normally deal with, and he's trying to create that middle ground and bring these things together. And I've been in the lab all day. So the dogs are dying. They are very neglected, they think.
Always.
So you're trying to just bring these forces together. And again, the ritual, that's all going through that. These things, the ion and the electron, don't really react like things on this particular level. So you're trying to communicate back and forth with those things. And again, that's going to be part of the way the ritual's done, the way that you're moving in the circle, the way that you're doing the different things. All those are going to be trying to get that specific energy to take form, to take root, get that thing done.
Yeah, I've been playing with this idea of the like the musicians like Debussy and Charles Mingus always said that God is between the rests of the notes, and that's where music, the music is in the rests. It's in that liminal spaces between the things. The stuff between the matter. That's where God is, and we need to be looking into the spaces between the spaces.
What's interesting about what Ben's saying too is that it makes the idea of ritual proper sound electrical.
And I have no doubt it works like that. Like,
and then we were talking Belial earlier, and I thought about the "il" sound at the end of a word, and "rit il," IAL, having to do with being like or of the same family. So it's a "rit il" is something done in the likeness of rightness, basically. I don't know. Interesting. Just splitting words.
It's good stuff. And it's very interesting when you look at ritual in other ways too, because then like when I went to prison, I went to prison over cannabis. And then they made me go through drug treatment, which was laughable. I even told them, I was like, well, no, I'm still definitely smoking weed when I get out. I'm smoking a joint in the parking lot the day I flat. Sure as hell did too. But one of the things, it's like, you guys are wasting your time. Yeah, no, this is stupid. But they put me through treatment, because they have their little program that you have to do or whatever. And one of the interesting things that they said is like when you go to get high, when you start doing the ritual, that your brain actually starts getting high. You actually start feeling the high, and things change the moment that you start going into the ritual that's going to lead you into actually being high. Be it whether it's even just getting into your car and driving to this certain spot, and that spot you're going to bust out your whatever, like for myself it'd be cannabis type thing, and bust out your weed and start packing up your bowl, and everything's already going on. The wheels have already been set in motion. When you spark that, your body's already halfway there. It's like, oh yeah. So that ritual, that sets so much in motion. It does so many things, and it's amazing how your body and how the world and everything around reacts to that.
It makes me think of the psychology experiments that have been done at the, I think it's Heart Mind Center, or Heart Math is maybe the organization, but and maybe it's not this organization, but there have been experiments conducted where people are, their biometrics are measured and they're shown different images, some happy, some sweet, some horrifying, some pornographic, and their biometric response, the heart rate elevation or adrenaline spike or cortisol release or dopamine hit, whatever type of things, that the signal originates from the heart to send out to the other parts of the body to generate the response. And the signal from the heart comes before the image is flashed on the screen. It's measurable. I don't know exactly how much faster, but like not to the point where it's usually perceptible to us, but our body knows what's coming before what happens in our perceptual reality even manifests. It's kind of similar to what Ben's talking about.
That's fantastic. Yeah, and actually on the same note to what Chance is saying, they did a study where they flashed pictures in front of people at super speed like that, and what they were trying to do is try and see how drugs affect people, and when your drug of choice would flit across the screen, even though they were flashing the pictures too fast for you to even actually recognize what the picture was, for you to consciously understand what you just saw. Inside, you understood, and your brain starts going, "Oh yeah, that thing. Give me that." And you didn't even actually see the picture and mentally process it.
Now think about these and how it's watching you, it's measuring your retina, it's scanning you across the spectrum. The camera in here, even though you can't activate infrared, it has an infrared camera that takes infrared photos of your face every 3 to 5 seconds, depending on the make and manufacturer of the device. So if there were in the liminal spaces, like with your meta ad on the side of your video, Rachel, or things Tyler Durden style flashing in between frames that you don't perceive, these devices could be experimenting on us all the time to see our bodily, through the retina, reaction to different stimulus of all sorts. So just using these things is potentially data harvesting of data that we aren't even remotely aware of, not just the things that we go and look up on purpose.
Yeah. Boy.
And that could be an augury, a reader of the augurs, because your reaction to that can be prophetic to many other behavioral prediction models. Your reaction to any random things and they'll find correlations between things mathematically that seem to make no sense. Like there will be a mathematical distribution formula that is consistent for roadkill frequency along a highway, and there'll be a pattern there that can be found. So you would think and it might have to do with like the days of the week, things that may or may not have, this is maybe a bad example, but things that would in our logical mind rationally not connect, but one data set can predict other data sets that seem completely unrelated, just like the idea of reading tea leaves or the entrails, right?
That's how you know the oneness is real.
Yeah, it is.
Well, and I think it's important to have discernment too, because it is really cool that technology is there and it is working with the ether. We've talked about that internet being the ether and getting into that etheric realm, the heavy side layer. But I've noticed, I'm really careful, and I've talked even to like spirit, and like, please do not show me synchronicities through ads or through certain apps and programs on my phone, because I want to be able to know that this is something from my connection and not from all of that incredible, thing that you're talking about. It's picking up on all of those subtle reactions so it can start to predict and feel predictive. It's like, oh, I was thinking about this weird show that, I was thinking about it. And now here it is all over my Pinterest. How strange. And I, as somebody who's aware You know, if I wasn't aware, I might be like, whoa, what a synchronicity. And maybe it is. But who's directing the synchronicities here? Like,
oh yeah, like immediately Cheney and I were like, they were listening in.
Not that it's not cool and special.
Night Flight and Grace Jones having popped up Monday morning right after we talked about it, and then they're listening. And
it makes me think, though,
it's not they're listening. It's just is what it is.
But it's picking up on frequency
picking up
now,
on
too.
everything now.
Yeah.
It's just part of it.
The AI is also asking questions of you all the time. Even just that idea of the liminal flashing of frequencies or images or colors, and then it measuring your reaction to that. It is like getting back to this reader of the augurs. You become the oracle for the AI in a strange way. It's asking you the questions as king, and you're filling out forms that are being written with your eyes instead of forms, and it maybe even influences the realm of form from the etheric in this strange technological way.
What are we trying, Alan? Are we doing it?
Just flashing our logos.
Yeah.
All right.
Font
Here's
tests or
feedback.
something? Are we
Here's
doing
some
font
feedback.
tests?
Do we have some
Here
feedback?
Yeah, listen.
Here comes the
Feedback.
evil.
Hey,
He's
it's
gonna
chaotic
suck us
good
in.
today. All right.
He's gonna suck us in, and I'm gonna fall
So-
for it. And he's gonna roll me with some Christian band, and I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you should do it.
Are those
Someday
marijuana
Rick Astley
noodles
is
I
going to
see in
die,
your
and no
lunch?
one will click on the link.
I saw that.
Headline.
I will. I'll do it. I love you, Rick Astley. All right, listen. So that font that looks like Sega font also looks a lot like this yarn, and it would be cool if the yarn kind of wove into the font. I don't know how you would do
Sega?
that. Yeah. It looks
Oh,
like
up here in the right corner. I see.
Sega
Sega was awesome.
Sega.
It was the best.
Dude, I loved Sega. Oh my
Did you guys
god.
play
Sega
Beyond
Genesis?
Oasis?
Sega Genesis, Sega Dream.
I would have called it
Sega
Atari writing
Saturn.
myself, but
Oh yeah, it does kind of look that way. It just looks
kind
like
of what
the
we're
yarn.
playing. It's an association game, trying to divine some divine feedback or something in terms of selecting specific art that we are more focused on as like a brand.
God damn, I got COVID.
Oh.
I like that kind of 80s, 90s vibe you guys have had going on. So
Alan is trapped in 1994. He told
It's
me.
true. Yeah, the 27-year cycle. Yeah.
It's interesting. I was thinking about what Gordon was saying, and really, what dude was saying then was the God is the All Mother, because even if you look electrically or even musically, it's always like when you're looking at it, it's the differential between the two high points. That 0 point, that's dead. That's the dead space, which is actually where the All Mother is.
Ah, that makes perfect sense, man. Doesn't that sound right? Doesn't it feel right?
Yeah, that's the Abraxas, because the void is all things and their polar opposites combined, nullifying each other, except power or effectiveness or the generative principle, because the opposite of that is ineffectiveness or not power, so it doesn't cancel out power. So in the emptiness, the space between the notes, that is where all power, all mother, generative is at.
And it's that Shikta what is it? Shakti Shiva energy. It's the creator.
Yeah.
The creator destroyer in the same being kind of thing. And which
Because,
is also interestingly is the same kind of energy as Po and Ao in Hawaiian gods and Polynesian myths. It's the same thing. And it's really interesting too that hula and haka have specific dances with these energies, right? But so do the Shikta Shavi Shikta movements, kind of have that Indian kind of movement thing that I'm convinced it's the same creator energy that we throughout millennium humans have been channeling this into dance and music throughout all of time.
And sword fighting.
And it's in our traditions, in our martial arts even, you know?
You said Shiva, Gordon, and a Sheev, Sheave, which you could put the E as an the Shiva. In Siemens language is a wheel in which the rope works in a block. Think of Alan's image of the yarn going in, the rope going into your blockhead. A wheel in which the rope works into a block. A sheave.
Well, see,
Siemens language is important around here.
So the reason that the feminine gets that, so she's not everything, but what she is the all splits into the masculine and feminine. So the masculine is the material side, and the feminine is the void or the immaterial side. Then the masculine side splits again, and the material side, because you can't really split the void. It's just it's a void. It's, so then the masculine side splits into the fire side and the ice side, and we still don't have life. And it's where the void pulls the fire side and the ice side together. And we get the Vesca, those two things. That's where life and the death happens, because obviously destruction happens when these things meet also, but it's where life happens also. So the feminine always has two names and two tasks, where the masculine then gets truncated, is down to one, because that masculine side splits. So the masculine side is everything that we understand, but then the feminine side is what gives it life and gives it energy, brings it to life. So life and death are all responsible from the feminine side, and things we can't really understand. And then on this material plane where we do understand things, then Mercury takes the place of the All Mother, where Mercury's doing the All Mother thing, which is why the mercurial figures are basically always hermaphroditic. If they're a man, they're usually portrayed in a very beautiful, very feminine way. It's because Mercury is taking the place of what the All Mother would, and making that transition between the oil side and the salt side. Those two things can't interact with each other. It's Mercury that's making that transition happen, so the two can start interacting with each other, which is the same thing that the All Mother did originally.
I brought up that image because there's an All Mother in that image with two masculines, a twin masculine. Yes. Jesus, John.
Mm-hmm. And Mary had her Mary's back is turned. That's the void.
And she was holding like a veil.
The young
going off her ass because she was a whore.
The baby.
My ass.
I meant the baby Mary, the one in blue.
Yeah, the other Mary.
Yes.
Good point. Bring that back up, because it's deceptive in the image that this other child is there. It's an interesting piece of art.
Might have a segue. I would say something like, speaking of deception and images, Infamy, we had an idea about the 7th of December.
Yeah, buddy.
80 years ago.
Yeah,
Is there any
buddy.
easy way to approach this this bay, this Pearl Harbor?
Is there a good segue to that?
I don't know how to smoothly sail
Well,
to those waters.
Is
here,
that
I'm gonna put it
Hawaii,
in-
you guys were talking about Hawaii. I show the hula hoop girl.
Right. That's,
Yep.
you know,
There was.
seems good.
So
Yeah.
80 years ago, this is the 80th anniversary or remembrance. I don't know what language they're using. We were looking at stories, and apparently there's a guy who was 21 years old when he survived Pearl Harbor, and now he's 101 years old. Gabe,
That's-
back me up here.
Yeah,
Come
man.
on.
That's what I
here's
do
the
too. I'll throw
tattoo.
something out there. I'm just
Pearl
like, I'm
Harbor.
really trying to just get Gabe to talk.
Yeah. So the difference between 101 and 80 is 21, and that gets you a blackjack.
Yeah.
And blackjack was being played at 9/11, big time.
The club.
Well,
Yeah.
another thing to add to the table is I've read some reports where they claim there was 8 torpedoes that were dropped on the USS Oklahoma. I don't know if there's a synchromistic sort of story here or not. So I'm just throwing facts as they are, maybe in quotes, facts or whatever. The official record is recorded as stating that happened on that day. I don't know what a Pearl Harbor survivor's story would be like. Be interesting to hear his memories, but if he's 101 years old, I don't know what his memory of 80 years ago would be. And then the idea that it's the USS Oklahoma, I looked into the statehood, the date of statehood of Oklahoma, and the musical Oklahoma. The musical Oklahoma became a bit of a revival for musicals, and they released the entire soundtrack of Oklahoma. So people were listening to the Oklahoma music, and this was, 100 years ago, however long ago. And the idea was Oklahoma was the new state at the time. So they made a musical about the founding of Oklahoma and the statehood of Oklahoma. Hawaii being, what, the 50th? Was that the 48th, 49th, 50th state? So maybe Pearl Harbor at that time still exists in the same spot it is, but the designation of it being a state occurred after the attack on Pearl Harbor. Is that ringing bells for anybody? Is anybody? Oh, have I lost everybody? Are you still there? Hello?
Well, it is a
Well,
seaman's
different direction.
story because this is happening on the sea.
Yeah.
But also Gabriel, in his territories theory of mapping the major arcana on the United States, puts Hawaii with 18 and Oklahoma in the septenary gematria. I'm just going straight septenary on gematria these days, experimenting with that, simplifying and not using like 50 ciphers. And Oklahoma is 18 in the septenary cipher.
Yeah, so now we get into fuzzy sort of
Fuzzy math.
like
Well-
the day of infamy might sound like a attack for infinity, and then you have the 8. You take the 8 like on the 86 logo back there, but I flipped it, so now it's the infinity
The
symbol.
analemma.
The day of infamy that will live on for infinity will never be allowed to forget the events of Pearl Harbor, and it's only been 80 years.
Yes. So fame is the goddess of rumors. Infamy.
We
And
did
so
do
we
an
have-
episode
Infirmary.
the rumors video. That's the Grease fires and wars and rumors of wars. Lizzo
Rumors.
released her rumors music video, and that was highly significant to all of us. So we had to talk about it on Weaving Spiders Will. If we don't talk about Lizzo, who will?
I missed that one. I think I saw
So-
the playback.
That was a fun one.
So Oklahoma is absolutely smack dab in with the tower card. And that's why we have Oklahoma City bombings. That's why we had the trailer getting blown up with the fella Anthony Quinn Warner, whose name is an anagram for warning. They control QAnon. They run QAnon. But
USS Oklahoma is attacked, and the building in Oklahoma City many years later is another sort of attack on domestic soil. So that connects Oklahoma to Hawaii, to the Day of Infamy, Pearl Harbor, July 7th.
And to the tower card, which is being struck by a directed energy weapon and collapsing under the sign of Aquarius that we're in right now.
Well, and I want to add another layer to some of this. With those states, Oklahoma is a state that is full of First Nations and Mexican populations. I have family from Oklahoma. And so is Hawaii. Hawaii wasn't a state for very long, but they still have a large population of people who were originally on that land. So these attacks aren't just, they're not just on Americans in a broader sense. They're also an attack on that deeper layer of
on sovereignty,
spiritual inheritance.
Yes.
Absolutely.
They're attacking the last remaining crowns.
Great We're
point.
dragging those bloodlines into problems that are not theirs.
Great point, Rachel.
Which perpetuates, that's a big tower, when you go through things and it involves other people. That's a spiritual legacy.
So think of colonialization starting at Plymouth Rock and working its way west slowly but surely. And that would have been, and then from there, it went on to the Philippines and on to Vietnam. Like the slow progression of colonialization moving west, and west meaning the direction of death.
Someone want to read what we have on the screen?
Armed Forces Day, December 7th, observed across the country on 7 September with the objective of collecting funds from the common people and to honor the martyrs and the men who fought with bravery on the borders to safeguard the country's honor. Whose honor? 7 December, International Civil Aviation Day, observed 7 September worldwide to raise awareness about its importance to the social and economic development of states and the role that ICAO plays in international air transport. There we go. What's that Christmas special with Rick and Morty? the giant, or no?
Here's what I think of the word is.
See, I knew it. I knew he was going to sucker us in and then troll us with something. Oh my
So
God.
this is King Kalakua of Hawaii, and I want to point out, just because people may not be aware of this regalia of the king of Hawaii, you would think that doesn't look like what it looks Tartarian. And here's this symbol, the Maltese cross. It's here, it's over on these pins, but there's several of them, and there's the Knights of Malta. I feel most likely that these symbols were co-opted and stolen, stealing of the name, like we were talking about, not originally these guys.
Well, and christening and baptizing and all that stuff is meant to give you a new identity. So we're looking at that man through somebody else's lens. They're like, we're seeing his status in a way that we understand, which is what the Greeks do a lot in their writing, with their gods, and as opposed to seeing them in their way, and honoring their status the way that they see it. Like if they had a bone in their nose or something, and that was significant or a sign of rank, the British or whoever decided, well, that's barbaric. And it's like, that's actually a high status. You're, you know, and the only way that you can see them as a high status is to put your clothes on them. How much? There is a magic there. Fashion is sorcery. You know, you're talking about hijacking symbols. You're putting hijacked symbols onto someone else.
The question is, for me, which of these kings or ancient rulers of Hawaii are wearing the more original heraldry?
Mm-hmm.
There's the touchless death, but there are images of King Kamehameha that I have pulled up here. But most of the images of the Hawaiian kings. Alan, can I have it back real quick and then we'll go to this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Most of the images that you can find of the Hawaiian kings, they look more colonial. And so I wonder, is the guy on the top right, is that the Disney version? You know, or is he the real version and these are wearing the clothes of their oppressors? Because the guy on the right looks like a cartoon and these all look like a real people. Anyway, that's my thoughts. I think that what we were told about Native Americans and their traditions is largely Disneyfication, and that the people that were all over the world were probably beyond the whole just wearing, you know, animal skins and feathers. Not saying
Well,
they never
sure.
did or no tribes did, and they're not that there's anything lower about that, but I think we're getting the made for TV story of most of the history of the world, especially in the places that are still needing some working over by the mafia to get all the control. Like
Well, I would even bring up Russia in that sense, because even Russia had a period of time where their entire outfit was completely destroyed. You know, as soon as they wanted to get in with England, they told everyone, you cannot wear Russian clothing. You don't get to dress in the country of your land anymore. You have to wear this now. You know, so what we're seeing, you know, is it really a Disneyfication to see somebody like, is that really like how we're seeing people? Their traditional clothing is so out there to us that, you know, that it seems fanciful.
I see your point. I just wonder why we get a
agree with
royal
Rachel.
family. Why is there a royal family of Hawaii?
Right.
Where did they come from?
But so tribal societies didn't ever have royalty. That's the whole goddamn thing.
Mhm.
Kings only came with Christians. You can look at the Scandinavian, the fucking Germanic, all those. The same thing happened over there. There was no kings. It was a bunch of tribes with, you know, different tribal leaders that would get together. And even if a overall thing was decided and your tribe didn't want nothing to do with it, you just took your tribe and rolled. Very individualistic. It's not until the Christians came that all of a sudden we had the first king of Sweden and the first king of Denmark and the first king of Norway. And these were all first kings. That all came with Christianity. It all came with Romans, where everybody all of a sudden bowed to one person. And because that only happened with the help of said Roman Christians, of course the king dressed like that and catered to them. Like when you're in a tribal society, it might seem weird to run around just wearing skins or something, but that's not weird. Like, why would I go through all the trouble and effort of growing cotton or some such thing like that when, say, a goat dies in the winter? Am I going to just get rid of that skin? Or am I going to make, Rachel brought up Russia, am I going to make one of them fancy Russian coats that's made out of their goat skins that's just world famous for being super, super warm? Am I going to throw that bugger on? Or am I going to go, you know? So absolutely, I agree with what Rachel's saying, that came with the Roman Christians, that the people that they expect to fit in, because They don't want you acting like a barbarian. You even look back before Rome started expanding out into the Gallic regions and into the Teutonic regions. When you look at the way the histories are written, they said, this is the whole world, and they didn't include those areas. That's not even part of the world, and those are not people. And they had to go conquer them. That was us. That was Germanics. That was English people. That was Irish people. That was who was getting conquered by those people. So, and now when in Rome, do as the Romans. Everywhere's Rome now.
Well, and when we're talking about Pearl Harbor, you know, and attacks on sovereignty, that's how they do it on a subtle level. It's like going back to that conversation about needing a savior if you're not a sinner. You know, you have a society full of chieftains. You have societies full of, you know, Ireland was full of tons of kings. Maybe there was like a head king because someone's got to rein it in, but there were lots of kings. So you've got cultures where sovereignty can shift. And in order to like get all those people under your thumb, you have to include them in your hierarchy. So yeah, you're getting these people who don't have your system into your system. You're saying this must be their king. You know, you're getting those people into the system that way, while simultaneously still engaging in everything that's already been set off.
It's Amway, man. It's always Amway.
You heard of Brehon Law?
Yeah, gotta get the pyramid scheme going.
Scheme.
Pyramid. Mm-hmm.
The ancient laws of Gaelic Ireland, Brehon Law, was all about the clan. It was basically the family makes the rules, and if you were going to hold any kind of office or receive a title, you had to be kin with them, and the families all communicated and worked together, but families were the organizational unit or clans. And the criminal laws were, they did have judges or magistrates that handled that, but it wasn't coming from a top down. They were like actual intermediaries between clans, as opposed to being representatives of a federal centralized organization. And their laws were about trying to keep people from retaliating or practicing revenge on each other. Instead, the reparations were paid with capital rather than capital punishment. To bring us back to the title of the stream, Caput. You would pay with gold.
Yeah, there's a story. It's a long story, so I won't tell it. But there is a story about a family who does take out other family members, like a rival family. And essentially, one of the gods is like, okay, but you have to pay the fine. And the fine was a bunch of tasks. It wasn't just that it could potentially kill them, you know, if they didn't succeed. But if they did succeed, then they would at least come back with a bunch of gold, a bunch of stuff, you know, to pay off these lives that were lost. So I can't remember what that's called. It's like a kin fine or something like that.
I like that because it maybe elevates the issue of, or elevates the society past the issue of where a crime is punishable in a fine, the wealthy become above the law. But if there's more to it than that, but it's maybe still not retribution style justice, but where there's like a task or service that is required, then it's just somebody who's wealthy, their time is probably their most valuable thing. So that would actually hit them where it hurts.
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe also help them learn the lesson of why to not treat other families badly. They're like your family.
Yeah. Yeah. There's all kinds of different ways to do that, for sure.
So when Alan brought this forward, I started digging in on some of the signs and symbols around Pearl Harbor. And I realized, so that one article he brought, you know, we're at the 80-year anniversary. Well, 80 is the atomic number for mercury. And mercury is a key ingredient to atomic arsenals. Also, the sign for Mercury is Hg. which is 87 in ordinal. But it can be flipped because we know Mercury goes back and forth. So it has this 78 potentially, which is a full tarot deck. It's also a G8. G is number 7, and Mercury is the god of the G8s, the gates. And this is where it really hits home, is P and H. Pearl Harbor is a 7 and an 8. And what does Mercury wear? He wears the cap. He puts the feather in his cap and calls it macaroni. And what did we put in Nagasaki and Hiroshima? We put a big mushroom cap.
And in chemistry, what is a terminology for balance? What levels are we measuring often? You know, the pH levels.
pH levels, yes. It's the center. It's the gate. It's the middle point.
And the middle point between pH acid and pH base is between 7 and 8.
Between 7 and 8. It's
because
the gates.
Scales go to 14. So there's 7,
yes.
1 to 7, and then another 1 to 7, which, by the way, that's how the septenary cipher works. It goes up to 7,
right,
A through G, and then back down to 1.
Right.
And then back up. So A is 1, G is 7, M is 1.
The one Marty Lee uses?
Yeah, it is. I've been
yeah,
trying that out instead of all the other ciphers. Not that I think those are irrelevant, but that's been my primary interest one for a little bit. Been getting into Marty's work some and enjoying it quite a bit. Talking to him on Monday, actually, for an interverse.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Nice.
Cat's out of the bag. Hopefully that the gods don't curse me for revealing the secret and hurt our internet connection or something. But that's interesting that pH has the 7, 8 in it. Like the gates between the pH negative, pH positive are 7 and 8.
I was looking up
Weird.
wedding anniversaries gifts that you would give on certain significant numbers. And they say on the 80th wedding anniversary to give an oak gift. 60th is diamond, 65th is blue sapphire, 70th is platinum, and 80th is oak. I don't know where that comes from.
Okay.
Okay. Then.
What are you talking about with the 7 and the 8 with the pH?
So P in ordinal gematria is 7. It's the 16th letter, but you add them together, you get a 7. And H is the 8th letter. So in gematria, pH.
That's actually in full
8.
reduction. That's not ordinal technically, just to be a stickler.
Yeah, I know. It's like such a mouthful. Ordinal, fully reduced English gematria. But yeah, and 78 is the total number of cards.
You guys
in a
talk
tarot
much
deck.
slower than Marty, and I still don't. And it's still, I'm just like.
Yeah. So P and the H, if you just number every letter 1 through 26, A to Z.
7 in the actual pH scale, 7's basically 0. And I mean,
It's the
pH
center.
stands for potential of hydrogen.
Yeah.
And so anything below 7 is wet. It's got a bunch of hydrogen in it. And anything above 7 is dry, so it wants to grab hydrogen to it. It's got potential of hydrogen.
Yeah, so that liminal space between the 7 and the 8 on the pH scale, we're associating that with Mercury through the numbers.
Mercury holds the gates, and hydrogen is number 1 on the periodic table. So that adds. So it's 1 more than the 7, but one more point is that, so it was 9 months after Pearl Harbor. The pearl in the harbor is the egg in the uterus, is the dropping down from the fallopian tubes and potentiating a birth. And it was exactly 9 months later, on August 4th, that we dropped the bombs on Japan. So there's a birth ritual involved.
Interesting.
Hmm.
And in the mind, the idea of nuclear war is born. That's what was really born.
Right.
Yeesh.
They love birth. They love birth, and they really love Mercury. It's crazy how much Mercury comes into the rituals.
Well, you've got to have Mercury. You've got to have Mercury. Mercury's the transition. Nothing happens without Mercury.
Right.
It's
got to get things moving, right?
In the septenary cipher, Mercury has the same value as Jesus. They're both 27.
Well, that's
well,
Jesus is a Mercury figure, as is Odin, as is any of those type of beings, and that's where they're bringing the high and the low together. And literally, what Mercury is creating the path, and that's why, like the cross, even the triple cross, that's just the path that Mercury flows. You get as you're developing as a child, you get your cerebrum and your cerebellum. And then these two, the Mercury forms and makes that path. And then it's making this path between your groin and your crown. And it's that path that allows all these energies to flow. Without the Mercury, none of that can happen. 100%. And so I understand that they use Mercury in a bad way. A lot of times, well, not really in a bad way, just in a way we don't fucking like. That's there is no evil or good. We just don't like their plans. Yeah.
I was doing some research. No, we can choose what words we want to use whenever we want to use them. I was in chat just now and I said that on November 1st, 1952, the United States successfully detonated Mike, the world's first hydrogen bomb, an H-bomb, on the Eniwetok Atoll in the Pacific Marshall Islands. So that's Truman with the development of the H-bomb. And then I asked, which president first dropped the F-bomb? Do you have an answer, Balderson?
That's a new one for me. Next there will be a Weavingspiders Welcome Trivial Pursuit.
Oh my god.
That'd be great. That'd be
start
great
building
cards.
the cards. Can we get a Kickstarter going for that?
Did Ronald Reagan ever drop an F-bomb, or was he so morally superior in the majority that he would never use such coarse language?
We'll have to.
I've heard.
And Reagan was a trained actor. He's not doing anything out of hand. He was a trained actor long before he was president.
Have you? The only president that I've ever actually heard say that is the LBJ tapes. Have you guys heard that?
Oh yeah, those are foul.
Yeah, didn't Nixon also drop? But those weren't public though. Those weren't public performances, or maybe they were in the sense that they were leaked to the public.
An F-bomb is still an F-bomb. F-bombs still do damages.
Right. But speaking of H, I had a question because
how many people are on heroin right now?
No. Okay. There was another Weavingspiders bingo. I was gonna have like drug mentions or
all screwed up.
So for Ben, I had a question about which rune you would consider most Mercury. Because when I mapped it out, I had Hagalaz cutting right through to kind of join the masculine and feminine sides. So that was kind of a Mercury rune for me. Because it does cause it can cause uproar and chaos.
Hagalaz is interesting. I would have naturally went with Issa myself.
Totally.
Hagalaz, that's
Issa.
a HG.
Issa's my favorite.
Nice. Actually, you want to know what's hilarious? Is the dog that was sitting in my lap wanting to snuggle and everything. That's Issa.
How do you spell that rune in English?
ISA.
Yeah.
Is. There it is.
There it is.
So scared of saying it.
And you are a beast. I know how much finger tattoos hurt. I've got one myself, and man, wow.
Yeah, I went to 2 rounds, so I'm out of my mind.
I stopped after my Weavingspiders welcome tattoo.
I feel like I need to add to it so it doesn't look so G, because I'm not a G.
Yeah, I just got
At
the
all.
one also.
You're a G to me. A total 7.
You get a couple teardrops. You know?
Oh God, no.
Later.
Maybe some icicles.
Icicles.
That'd be great.
But I'm curious about Hagalaz.
Hagalaz?
Isn't that deli?
Hella? It's the realm of
Hagalaz
Hella.
deli. I'm just kidding. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm busy derailing things for fun.
No, do it. That's perfect
I'm
because
being chaotic
Hela is,
good.
yeah, Hela is one of the daughters of Loki. She's Loki's daughter. So the things that we consider troublesome and awful are things like death and the process of life and death and the realm of the dead.
And who was at the funeral today but Coyote the Trickster?
Bingo.
Oh, and it
Always
means
reminding you.
So Hagalaz is associated with hail.
hail. Yeah.
Hail.
I have here Old Norwegian translation.
Oh
They
yeah.
use this rune. Hail is the coldest of grain. Christ created the world of old. Or in Old Icelandic, hail is cold grain and shower of sleet and sickness of serpents. That's interesting. But Isis is ice. So both of these ideas are ice ideas for the Mercury figure.
Yeah. Well, ice is what I mean, because everything came from fire.
I wouldn't call Issa ice either. And and also as far as Hela and Loki and everything, so just hell, it's not Hela, just hell. Yeah, Loki's the father of the Titans, which at that point in the cycle, that's because he's the high, most etheric. He's the most chaotic. He's not evil, and either's Hel. Hel's actually she's actually celebrated. She's given her throne by Odin. It's not considered a bad place in any way, shape, or form. It's more of a fecund place where you go. It's the under the soil. It's where things go to grow, where they go to become material. Balder dies. He goes to hell. They throw a giant feast and have a party. Like everyone's like, yay! Like nobody's that sad that about hell. And then Loki, you've got to look at you can compare that to the Greek Uranus or the Roman Uranus. So Uranus is the sky father, and then he produces the Titans. And then the Titans come back and raise all kinds of havoc and whatnot. Well, Loki produces the Titans also because he's the high sky father at that point in time. So he's producing the Titans, and then the Titans, one of those is Hel. And Hel is a very odd one. It's kind of left out then even in Ragnarok and everything. you know, like there's a big dramatic scene, you know, with the death of Fenrir, and where Fenrir kills Odin, and then Vidar comes back and Vidar kills Fenrir, and Jormungandr and Thor have it out and kill each other. Thor kills Jormungandr, but then takes like, oh, I'm sure this is important, but I can't remember exactly how many steps, and then falls dead. Where Hell doesn't get involved in the whole ordeal at all, particularly. And then when you look at Hell, half of Hell's face is morbid, grotesque. Half of Hell's face is beautiful and shining and extraordinarily beautiful. Well, this is just things from the spring. You know, you got dead, rotting corpses, and at that same point, you also have new life that springs abundant, that's just beautiful. So you start having, especially with anything Germanic and anything Scandinavian, you start really finding ties to nature for everything when you're talking about anything that they do.
Well, and I've been reading more Gaul philosophy too, and it ties really well into Yggdrasil being a tree, because it's that bridge between the ground and the sky. It's dark and bright, and that's what people are. That's what trees are. We are the middle realm. We are that ground. And yes, there are things that are bigger than us that do that on a different scale, but that's all we're really talking about when we talk about a lot of these concepts, even when it comes to good and evil, is scale. Titans are a scale, you know, consciousness is on a scale.
Drasil in reverse. Drasil in reverse is lizard, which is covered in scales.
Dragons are a scale of being.
Yes, I love
You guys
that.
are talking about tattoos. Tattoos can be beautiful. Hoses is pretty, and we want to see your Weavingspiders welcome tattoos if you are so brave.
Oh my God.
Barsky's face.
Barsky's face.
Oh my God, please. Oh, please
Oh,
be
man.
that a thing. Oh my God. No, please
Yeah,
don't
we'll show
do
it
it.
after.
Please don't.
No, please don't do it.
Please do not do this. Please be already a thing that I can laugh at, but don't do that, please.
Someone's already done it. How about
You
that?
could become
Yes.
Cryptocard.
Please come on and fall asleep and prophesy in your sleep.
We just assume Paul is sleeping. He's listening to us,
Paul's,
but sleeping deeply and resting well.
yeah. Paul's probably been trolling us the whole time. Paul never existed. It just lived in our minds.
I wonder what his dreams are.
They've got to be weird by now.
Oh no, could you imagine?
All this
Very
Oh my
exciting.
God.
Someone will go
Somebody
to
brought
sleep
up Titans.
soon
That's gonna be fun.
and dream of marijuana noodles. I don't know why, but there will be dreams of marijuana noodles.
Marijuana noodles.
What's a marijuana noodle?
I have not seen anyone report a bingo yet,
Oh,
That's amazing.
but we
That's
have to keep streaming.
surprising.
The stream will not end until someone blacks out.
no.
and claims
I am
proof.
going to fall asleep before then.
Maybe you can prophesize for us.
We can do
Maybe this is the real blackout. How many of us
right.
blacked
Oh,
out?
I should do that. Yeah, just go ahead. Go ahead. I'll just
We'll need to leave
you know,
comments below this video on YouTube to warn people that as they listen, they need to take notes and then create a bingo card for next week.
mhm. Well, if
What kind
nobody
of
wins-
dreams do people have that fall asleep listening to what we talk about?
Mhm. Let's find out.
I've only done it once, and they
Dream
weren't
report.
terrible.
Speaking of which, I'm probably gonna tap out pretty quick.
I am too. I'm actually getting.
I'm on
up
the
there, man.
Central Time. It's late here.
Oh yeah. What is it? Three, almost 3.
For me, it's 2:18.
2:18.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Like you guys, hard to step away. It's been fun.
This is good stuff.
Awesome to get Ben in here.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Why don't you tell people your channels? That's a thing people do on live broadcasts.
Yeah. I almost never fucking do. Like, I do all interviews and don't even ever say my own damn name. It's Benjamin Balderson on YouTube, and more importantly, Rockfin. We put a little bit of stuff on YouTube, but most of what I'm talking about is going to get censored anyways. And I don't like catering to nothing. Honestly, I started out with my own TV show at an actual station, and then the biggest pagan radio station in the world, and they tried censoring me, and I told them to get bent. So I'm not really feeling any different about YouTube for the most part. But yeah, my show is called Odin's Alchemy. But yeah, find me over on Rockfin is the best place. And then honestly, for a long time, I didn't even do anything because I just can't stand the censorship. So I have a lot of big shows on like Crow and Freeman Fly and Marty Leeds that we were talking about earlier. I was just on Matt Belair, on with Chance, all over the dang place. But yeah. And yeah, no problem coming on, guys.
Yeah, thanks,
Chance hit me up, and I was actually just getting shut down for the night. I'm behind on everything, so I was up running the lab and just winding down, and I knew I was gonna have to sit down and wind down for a minute after working anyways, because everything I'm doing right now is at -40. So all these machines are just really, you know, you get, when you come in, you still got that just buzzing, and you got to kind of wait for that to go away. You know.
I'd like to extend the welcome on any Saturday Night Live to return and jump in a weave at any point,
anytime,
midway or whatever. We'll
appreciate it. Actually, I was supposed to come on with you guys like about just over like a year and a couple months ago, and it was I was moving, and I lost my phone number, and I was moving, and in the middle of the move, I just get my animals here. I literally drop them off, and like days later, we get kicked out and evacuated for fires. And by the time all that's done, I lost my phone, the whole nine. And so I think I was supposed to be on with you guys like a year ago, because I distinctly remember loving the name and knowing some of the people and stuff. And I was like,
this painting of you. Have you seen this painting of yourself?
That's fantastic.
We had the art ready to go, and we were just waiting for the perfect opportunity. So thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having me, guys. It's been fun. I'm not sure if I was stoned enough for the hoses are great thing. I didn't even know what was going on.
That must have been when I walked away to get a snack.
You didn't see the tattoo ideas?
What?
The hoses are purdy.
Those are pretty.
Hoses. We imbibe hoses and we pull them out through our noses, and it's a purdy.
He's so pretty.
Yeah. We got hoses in different area codes.
This is just another episode of Weavingspiders. Welcome. It's
I knew I wasn't stoned enough. That's all I was saying.
I apologize to anyone on their bingo card who had anything about kissing a cat asshole. We're not talking about that yet.
Dude, the cat's ass?
We
missed it.
We didn't get there.
Come on, Chance. You know you wanted
cat ass.
We just need some theme song music to play us out.
I made it to the end. All
So
right.
Oh
here-
yeah,
Read a
Gordy.
Here, I'll let's close with the passage from Lindsay's book, All Endings Are Beginnings. If you guys
Yes,
don't
sir.
mind.
Blow our minds.
I'd like to thank Paul for sticking with us the whole night.
Yeah.
Sweetest of dreams.
Commitment required. A puzzle and a riddle are difficult and mind-bending. And sometimes we want to scream at the riddler, just tell me the answer. But no, be casually handed. The secrets to such a mind-numbingly majestic level of profound and labyrinthine creation of pure genius is to waste it almost entirely. We are often entitled and complacent, lazy, and content to idle. It is when we work, truly see, when we peel and peel until our fingertips scream, that when we appreciate the splendor under the surface, waiting for our minds to touch it until we peel so deep, remember the appreciate the struggle for the reward and lesson it brings. It could not have happened any other way.
And point out that labyrinth was in there. It's a keyword.
Always happens.
We got a keyword match.
Always happens. But I think that's good stuff.
Love you guys.
Love you guys too. I appreciate all of you.
Someone's
Bring
gonna
me
wake
tomato.
out from a blacked out bingo card and realize there's still a winner and there's still a chance to claim the prize.
And it was Paul the whole time. He was rigging the game from the inside, giving us. All right. Good night, guys.
Nice.
Good weave.
Thank
Have a
you
good
guys.
one,
Really
guys.
fun. Thank you.
Appreciate you
Thank
all.
you very much.
Chris
Paul
Webb.
is a PH.
Paul,
Chris Webb.
Paul.
all your pH levels are showing.
Chris Webb. Chris Webb. Chris Webb. Chris Webb. The web structure was not affected. But Spider. Chris Webb. Chris Spider. The web structure was not affected.
We live in your mind.
Raised over 100 young. The mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over